Good afternoon to all. I warmly welcome you to the 6th EMNES Annual Conference. This year, once again, we are holding it virtually as a response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Hopefully, 2022, we can meet again face to face, and then we can celebrate it all together in Barcelona. Now, the global pandemic, COVID-19, continues to test the capacity and the resilience of our health and socioeconomic systems to respond to highly impact shocks that we've been seeing already, and also to adapt to emerging transitions, to transform and to grow more resilient. And I think this, for 2 years, we have been really seeing that our economies and societies have been quite resilient to adapt and to transform to this pandemic and to this external shock that we've been living over this couple of years. Now, unfortunately, we can see that there is a new mutation for the virus and more uncertainty that can even cast some doubt on the solid growth patterns that we are expecting, hopefully, next year. Now, the post-COVID-19 recovery remains uncertain. It's very clear globally, and government and private sectors must continue the process to limit the negative impacts of the pandemic. This is important. For this reason, it's important to keep monitoring all the mutations of the virus and the spread of it, and also to speed the vaccination and continue the preventive measures when needed to limit the contagion globally. Now also 2021 was marked by the COP26 in Glasgow, where the climate pact was agreed, although below expectations. And I think all the aspects of the climate change and the mitigation and adaptation to climate change must be on the policy agendas of all the policy makers globally. More need to be done in that respect. Now, in 2021, the Euro-Mediterranean Network for Economic Studies, EMNES, under the coordination of the Euro-Mediterranean Economists Association, stepped up its effort toward open access evidence based policy research. And we continue our research via the productions on the pillars of socioeconomic resilience during the COVID-19 and post-COVID-19 recovery. So our studies, policy papers, working papers were published on financial inclusion. So this is the last paper that we published this week. Also on the digitalization, regional integration via regional value chains, sustainable development, and we continue our production to ensure that we offer economic policy answers on the design of recovery models post-COVID-19. The scientific committee of the EMNES Annual Conference 2021, so this conference today and tomorrow, selected 14 papers out of more than 60 papers submitted during the call for papers this year. So we're very happy to have attracted so many very high quality papers. So these papers will be presented these 2 days in 4 academic sessions to allow us to also know about the latest and novel research on these elements of sustainability during and post-COVID-19 recovery. Today, we are also launching the Bank Business Model Monitor for the Middle East and Africa. And tomorrow, we will host a policy session on the green transition post-Glasgow. Also, I want to announce that 5 papers have been pre-selected for the EMEA EMNES Best Paper Award, which will be announced tomorrow at the end of the conference after an evaluation by the scientific committee. And 2 of these 5 papers will be receiving 2 awards of €2,000 each. Now, all papers presented in the conference will be offered the possibility to be published as EMNES working paper and considered for the special issue of Applied Economics Quarterly, co-edited with my co-chair of the conference, Cynthia Al-Sidi, who is the director of the Center for European Policy Studies. Now, let me thank all EMNES partners, associates, researchers, and fellows for continuing their work and commitment to the network, and all the new researchers who are presenting their research today. And we are very happy to have you all with us today and tomorrow. Also, I would like to thank the Euro-Mediterranean Economists Association and its foundation for allocating the necessary resources for coordination, research, and communication, and all the team of EMEA who has been very much involved in the preparation of this conference. Now, the conference will be live on our social media and on EMNES conference interactive platform, so you can follow all the sessions directly there. And after the conference, we will publish the 2021 newsletter for EMNES, and then you will have access to it whenever this is published. Now, a few words on the logistics. The conference content and discussions are public and are live broadcasted on Facebook and on our online platform, as I mentioned. Then we will publish all the recording on our EMNES official annual conference website. And then all the participants, if they are interested to share their comments, they can do it. They can do it online, and we will share it with everybody else. So let us start. I'm very happy and pleased and really honored to have the introductory speech of Her Excellency Hala Said, Minister of Administrative Reforms and Economic Planning of the Government of Egypt since 2017. Her Excellency was selected as the best minister in the Arab world in 2020. Before that, Hala, she's the dean, and she was the dean of the Faculty of Economics and Political Science at the Cairo University since 2011. And I must also mention that Hala was one of the co-founders of the EMNES network. And the Faculty of Economics and Political Science is a founding member of the network. So Her Excellency was very much supportive of this network, and she continues to be supportive of this network since then. So we are very happy to have this welcome speech via video, so that we will post right now, and then please, you can post the video, team.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to participate in EMNES Annual Conference for the 2nd consecutive year. I look forward to this important conference, which provides a platform for academic researchers, practitioners, and policymakers to discuss current issues related to socio-economic development and regional integration in the Mediterranean and Africa, both with great potential to be inclusive, sustainable, and innovative. This conference objective of stimulating discussion and policy research will inform our understanding of how various socio-economic issues can affect the overall economy at the national and regional levels and the level of interconnectedness between our economies. The COVID-19 pandemic as reflected by its detrimental and far-reaching socio-economic implications, emphasize the need to shift away from crisis management towards making renewed efforts to accelerate an inclusive, sustainable, and resilient recovery. At the domestic level, Egypt's response to the outbreak focused on the nexus of protection, mitigation, and building resilience. This has been reflected by a redefinition of national priorities, focusing on ensuring adequate universal health services, supporting vulnerable groups and sectors, and expanding social protection networks, as well as accelerating digital transformation. As we bounce back from the crisis, achieving rapid economic growth is important, yet it can only be impactful if inclusive, ensuring sufficient living standards for all and that no one is left behind. From another perspective, inclusion is vital to ensure and spur the demand that propels and underpins growth, as more people are lifted out of poverty and into the highly consuming middle class. Hence, governments should promote equitable geographic growth through localizing reforms and development plans. In Egypt, we launched one of the largest development programs in the world, the Decent Life Initiative, to assist underprivileged villages, improving living standards for more than 58 million citizens, more than half of the Egyptian population, with an estimated budget of $52 billion, advancing wide-range services-based interventions. Furthermore, promoting the role of private sector is a necessity to enhance resilience and expedite the process of recovery, mainly through increasing job creation. In this context, the government of Egypt launched its first structural reform program, tackling the real side of the economy through improving business climate and raising the productive capacity and competitiveness of the economy. Additionally, the Sovereign Wealth Fund of Egypt was established to develop effective and value-added partnership with the private sector in order to unlock the value of Egypt's unutilized assets. Ladies and gentlemen, despite the multidimensional challenges, this crisis breeds a distinctive opportunity to further promote and integrate the concepts of green and circular economies into the recovery process, further promoting growth through new demand and investment opportunities over and above reducing climate risk and achieving environmental resilience. Despite contributing to only 0.7% of the global greenhouse emissions, Egypt spares no effort to promote programs and projects to accelerate its momentum towards a green transition, adopting a participatory approach, engaging all relevant stakeholders in order to put in place the policy framework to facilitate such transition. Egypt is currently preparing the national strategy for climate change, addressing all aspects of climate change, including mitigation, adaptation, means of implementation, finance, technology, transfer, and capacity building, in addition to monitoring, review, and verification, and exploring the possibility of establishing a domestic carbon market. This, in addition to its preparation of its national hydrogen strategy to capitalize on hydrogen as a renewable source of energy. The government of Egypt also developed the environmental sustainability guidelines, aiming to integrate green principles in all our national development plans. It's extremely vital to increase efforts towards adaptation, which remains the main priority for Egypt and Africa. From that perspective, Egypt is implementing several projects to enhance its adaptive capacity to climate change, including the projects to protect northern coasts from sea level rise in partnership with the Green Climate Fund, the project of rehabilitating and cultivating agricultural land to achieve food security and compensate for land degradation and erosion in the Nile Delta, the project to rehabilitate and revamp the national network of water canals in the context of modernizing the traditional irrigation methods and improving the efficiency of using our exceedingly scarce water resources. Ladies and gentlemen, as we have just concluded COP26 in Glasgow, bold messages on key areas were emphasized, including stressing the importance of adaptation through launching the Glasgow Sharm el-Sheikh work program to operationalize the global goal of adaptation and requesting the developed countries to double their financial contribution to adaptation from the level of 2019 by the year 2025, urging member states to raise their ambition towards mitigation and reducing emissions and agree on a new collective goal on finance from the floor of $100 billion annually, and to phase down the use of coal and phase out fossil fuel subsidies. As Egypt hosts COP27, it shall continue playing its leading role towards reaching the consensus between all parties towards the implementation of Paris Agreement in a comprehensive and inclusive manner that always considers the delicate balance that led to this agreement. The priorities of developing countries should be on top of our agenda, most notably the specific needs and circumstances of the African continent. Indeed, COP27 also represents an excellent opportunity to launch different initiatives and partnerships around all relevant stakeholders to complement and not replace the efforts to implement the UNFCCC and its Paris Agreement. And I look forward to welcoming you all to COP27 in 2022 in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, while achieving sustainable, inclusive, and resilient growth can be inherently challenging, fortunately, they can be a dynamic, self-reinforcing combination with extensive positive spillovers. Nonetheless, achieving a future that is sustainable and inclusive will require broad participation across all stakeholders. As governments are tasked with forging a path towards a resilient transition, the private sector and civil society need to enter the arena and engage deeply in policy design and implementation, sharing knowledge and best practices. Also, I must stress that strengthening cooperation between countries, most notably support from developed to developed countries to mobilize adequate resources, is a prerequisite to fulfill our ambition of greater prosperity and well-being for all, while preserving nature and ensuring intergenerational fairness. Thank you, and I wish you a very successful conference.
I would like to thank Her Excellency for this speech, and I hope to see you next year face to face. So I would like to now move to our keynote speaker of the conference. I'm very honored to introduce William Heinz. William, he's a senior advisor to the OECD Secretary General and head of the OECD New Approaches to Economic Challenges Unit. So this unit provides a space to question traditional economic ideas and offers new economic narratives, new tools, methods, and policy approaches. William will talk about the importance of this unit as a response to the new challenges that our economies are facing during the pandemic and post-pandemic. William has previously worked as a senior economist already in this unit, and also has been very much working on aspects related to trade, for example, at the World Trade Organization as well. And he was recently appointed to the Irish Commission on Taxation and Welfare. He's also an associate fellow and adjunct professor in international economics at the Johns Hopkins University School of Advanced International Studies. And then he also has a doctorate from Oxford University and was a Marie Curie Fellow at the London School of Economics. So the research of William is very, very wide, and he has been extremely advanced in the whole debate of systemic resilience, new approaches to solve our economic, societal challenges. So without further ado, William, we are extremely happy to have you with us, and the screen and the floor is yours, please.
Okay, well, thanks very much, Reem. And congratulations to you and the Euro-Mediterranean Network for providing such an important space for fresh thinking, for interdisciplinary analysis, for new approaches to many of the challenges that we're all facing, but more specifically, the challenges of the region. And I think the idea of building a network or community around these issues is just so important. So congratulations on that. In terms of economic groupings, as an Irishman, I feel very at home here, since Ireland has often been an honorary member of what's been pejoratively called Club Med. So we do have shared experiences of crises and economic instability. And I think Reem set out the agenda so well that what I'm going to talk about essentially is about how systems work, how they operate, how they can fail. And society today, we're dealing with multiple systems of systems which are subject to emergent properties. They're complex, they're interdependent, and they're fragile. Whether that's financial markets, whether it's global value chains, whether it's the economy as a whole. And of course, these are human-made systems. So we also need to understand people. We need to understand their neuroscience, their cognitive biases, the social environment in which they operate, and the collective decision-making and behaviors that they exhibit. So I'm delighted that EMNES is really at the forefront of many of these themes. And it's not easy to be taking the lead in new approaches. And it was Jonathan Ostry from the IMF who quoted Machiavelli in a recent meeting we had. And he said, "There is nothing more difficult to take in hand, more perilous to conduct, or more uncertain in its success than to take the lead in the introduction of a new order of things." And I think that's what we're trying to do here. But in my remarks, I'll sort of outline why that's not quite as easy as you might think. But I wanted to start really at the beginning of the 21st century. And that was a crisis which was sparked by the 9/11 attacks. And there's been a lot of investigation into, why didn't we know? Or why were there intelligence failures that led up to that attack? And the 9/11 Commission identified 4 kinds of failures: in imagination, in policy, capabilities, and management. And of these 4 characteristics, the Commission really highlighted the importance of imagination, because imagination is not a gift usually associated with bureaucracies or with governments. It's therefore, in the words of the Commission, crucial to find a way of routinizing, even bureaucratizing, the exercise of imagination. And again, when I look at what your network is trying to do, I think the idea of better connecting academic work and research to policymaking is really important, so that we can do better in imagining the types of problems and crises that we might have to face. Of course, not long after the 9/11 attacks, we had the global financial crisis. And famously, it was the Queen of England who asked, why did we not see this coming? And it was Timothy Besley who signed a letter from the Royal Society, which was essentially a defense of the economics profession, but it did accept that the failure to foresee the timing, extent, and severity of the financial crisis and to head it off, while it had many causes, was principally a failure of the collective imagination of many bright people, both in this country and internationally, to understand the risks to the system as a whole. So, of course, the economists of the UK are a very bright group of people, but they fail to appreciate the system and the potential risks that were perhaps developing within the system but weren't fully understood. And so I think this has led to a change, a new approach in the way we think about economic and financial systems. And again, your work is really focused on trying to understand the links between the financial system and the real economy, and to make sure that we take into account the social, the environmental consequences that these systems interacting have. But my own experience with all these issues is through the New Approaches to Economic Challenges initiative. And that was established in 2012 to distill lessons from the global financial crisis and to provide a space to debate, critique, discuss economic ideas and the policies that stem from them. It's evolved from lessons of the crisis to more thinking about complexity, complex systems, interactions, the resilience of the system as a whole and resilience to specific shocks, and how we can better think about economic policies economic growth and issues like that, perhaps in new ways. But I'll get into that in a bit more detail as we go on. Now, it was Paul Krugman who, of course, won the Nobel Prize for Economics and is one of the world's most famous economists, who said that OECD is essentially conventional wisdom central. And he actually said this is a good thing because governments need a place to agree on common approaches with shared concepts, theories, models, data. But he also described Nike as a skunkworks for economics and policy, a place to experiment and try out new things. And I think in public policy, there's really a need for both. We do need to have common and shared ideas, but we also need to be more experimental and to try new things. Nike has been variously described, mostly positive. I think there's a lot of academics who think it's a good idea to have a place where you can question things. But one blogger described us as facilitating the assisted suicide of OECD economics, which was rather ungenerous, but not particularly accurate, I don't think. Nike has promoted tools needed to analyze the many often irrational seeming behaviors that are generated by the unaccountable interactions of billions of people, firms, and institutions locally or globally, in small groups or as nations, at timescales ranging from nanoseconds to millennia. That's quite a tall order for policy, but I think you have to have a broad remit if you're thinking about how to understand these systems. And the objective initially was to understand the shortcomings of the analytical frameworks that the OECD and the governments had relied on before the financial crisis, and to establish a basis of maybe a better way of producing policy advice based on new frameworks. And Nike is trying to advance new approaches. However, all systems have a certain inertia, and there's been a great deal of investment in the techniques that have been used for some time. And this leads naturally to take very seriously the problem of shifting to new and possibly less tested approaches and alternatives. The role of Nike, therefore, is to put these ideas and rethinking on the table. It's not to argue that there should be an automatic switch to any of the new approaches that I'm going to talk about, but rather to put them in the picture so that they're taken into account. So what really was wrong with the economic frameworks and ideas that we used? Well, Rick Bookstaver, who's a very close colleague of the Nike and someone who's worked in government, but has also worked in the private sector in managing risk, he wrote a book a few years ago called The End of Theory. And he outlined, I think, a very well put together critique of neoclassical economics. And basically, he called it the four horsemen of the econopolis. And these are the four characteristics of the real world and the consequences of actual human behavior that intertemporally optimizing rational representative agent models are fundamentally incapable of capturing, because the standard framework basically assumes them away. But these are really important dimensions in analyzing any systems. So these four horsemen, I'll just list them first and then I'll describe them in a bit more detail. But it's computational irreducibility, emergent phenomena, non-ergodicity, and radical uncertainty. Well, this sounds like a bit of a mouthful, but the ideas are quite straightforward in many ways. The first, computationally irreducible systems have outcomes that cannot be summarized by equations of motion. Instead, they must be experienced, or in the case of models, simulated, period by period, in order to find out what actually happens. And Doyne Farmer, who's another colleague from the Institute for New Economic Thinking in Oxford, he's described the world economy, again, as it really is, which is heterogeneous global production networks of 50 million firms with billions of physical links, interacting with household networks, 2 billion households, 3.3 billion workers, trillions of links to consume products, a web of contracts in the trillions, and ownership patterns where a few firms and individuals own almost everything. So there's a lot of complexity, there's a lot of interaction, and it's just not possible to reduce that complexity to a system of equations. So one of the building blocks of our economic models can't really deal with this complexity. The second, with this complexity of a lot of interaction, that leads to emergent phenomena. And these are situations which the system's actions differ from the actions of the individual in it. In other words, the individual's actions contribute to outcomes at the system level that deviate from the agent's actions, and in some cases countermand the agent's actions or even bring harm to them, such as stampedes. And economic and financial systems are similar. They've got similar dimensions in that they're not self-stabilizing, where they get knocked off course by an exogenous shock, but they converge back to some steady state or equilibrium. Instead, the macroeconomy is inherently intricate and interlinked and offers complex interactions on individual levels that give rise to emergent properties at the macro levels. And of course, this also opens up the way for endogenous shocks that the system itself can lead to these disturbances. And, my colleague Alan Kerman always says that what economics tries to do is to understand the individual. And then we just aggregate it up to the economy. But it's like taking an individual ant and saying that if I understand this ant, then I'll be able to understand how the nest operates. But of course, it's not quite that simple. The third horseman is non-ergodic systems, where outcomes critically depend on history and context, so that every situation is different and can produce outcomes that differ significantly from previous situations and are similar but not the same. In other words, the future doesn't always look like the past. So again, another assumption we have is that the system is more or less stable. It'll more or less be the same tomorrow as it is today. But there are phase shifts, there's constant evolution and reorganization. So they're non-ergodic systems. The fourth and final one is getting a lot more traction these days, radical uncertainty, also known as Knightian uncertainty. And this means that not only are the probabilities of various events and disturbances unknown, but the event space itself is not fully known. And there's a recent book by John Kay and Mervyn King that looks at radical uncertainty. And as policymakers, again, I think we have to be prepared for what Donald Rumsfeld fairly accurately described as the unknown unknowns, which is a fair description of radical uncertainty. And it was Ben Bernanke who argued that the best approach for dealing with this type of uncertainty is to make sure that the system is fundamentally resilient and that we have as many fail-safes and backup arrangements as possible. And again, that sounds quite reasonable. But remember that we operate in economic systems where we're consistently trying to optimize the system. We're trying to promote economic growth. And what physicists and other natural scientists would tell us is if we try to optimize a complex system, we can make it unstable. And so it's not just that we optimize and then there's a free lunch. It can actually be destabilizing. And we've seen that time and again in various different systems, particularly in the financial markets. So these are the four horsemen. There are differing perspectives on how to respond to these fundamental problems. And some argue that economics needs significant reform, but it should be done essentially through extending or modifying existing frameworks. So the empirical revolution, new sources of big data and smart data, these are helping give us fixes and stitches so that the old frameworks work pretty well. Because we've modified them, we've improved them since the financial crisis. And we've developed concepts like inclusive growth and green growth. So the modified version does a pretty good job. But we're still very much relying on the idea that the economy is an equilibrium system and that this essential assumption is preserved. And improving the behavioral or institutional realism doesn't mean we're going to the high degrees of realism on those issues. We know a lot about behavior and how people actually operate, and we know a lot about the institutions that operate in financial markets, for example. We know the financial institutions. We don't need to assume that it's a kind of generic model where they're all more or less the same. We actually know what they are. We have data on. Others believe that this fixing up of economics is insufficient, that we need a much more radical reframing of the field. Specifically, the equilibrium framework should be abandoned in favor of complex systems, dynamic, reflexive, and evolutionary approaches. The adoption of newer analytical methods such as simulation, network theory, big data statistical approaches, all of these things can potentially, they can be used in fixing up the old paradigm, or they can be part of a new paradigm. And I think there's a big debate in economics right now as to how far we should go, how interdisciplinary should the discipline be. And there was a recent, there was a survey of 10,000 economists by Peter Andre and co-author, and they basically found that in general, the economics profession itself wants to be three things: more policy relevant, more interdisciplinary, and more disruptive. And I think there's a big tension between that. Can you be experimental and disruptive while also being credible and essentially building on what's already there? And this is a really tough challenge. So final point on this section is that there's just thinking a bit about the shocks that we face. And as Rim mentioned at the start, we're currently in the midst of the COVID pandemic. And there's a lot of similarities between pandemics and financial crises, and the structure of our system, which is conducive to fragility with short-term individualistic incentives within a framework that's increasingly interconnected and interdependent. And it was Andy Haldane, up till recently the chief economist of the Bank of England, who back in 2009, when comparing the financial crisis with the SARS epidemic, said that both events were manifestations of the behavior under stress of a complex adaptive network. Complex because these networks were a cat's cradle of interconnections, financial and non-financial. Adaptive because behavior in these networks was driven by interactions between optimizing but confused agents. And so seizures in the electric grid, degradation of ecosystems, the spread of epidemics, and the disintegration of the financial system, each is essentially a different branch of the same network family tree. So we're dealing with a very much a networked world where all these different shocks are connected. And COVID has shown us how a health emergency can provoke severe economic consequences across the planet. The interdependence, again, of global system means that any local crisis can rapidly scale up to contribute to planetary environmental, social, economic, and political emergencies. And for the region that we're talking about here, it's you can build up domestic safeguards and buffers, but you may be overwhelmed by a shock that emerges somewhere else. And of course, the COVID emerged in China essentially because of the way the food system interacted with nature to produce these zoonoses, which then leaped into the human race and then spread throughout the planet. So that's a lot of interconnection, and no one is immune in a globalized economy from these types of shocks. So buffers and safeguards, yes, but you also need to be aware of the shocks that will happen despite the safeguards you put in place. And so then you need to think about the resilience of the system and how it can recover and adapt in the face of these shocks. So let me give you three examples of the work that we've been looking at with various different people. The first is Beyond Growth. And the OECD is known as the Temple of Growth. We're very much for growth enhancing policies. So it's a bit out of character to be talking about beyond growth, but we've tried to put that issue on the table to stop seeing growth as an end in itself, but rather as a means to achieving societal goals, including environmental sustainability, reduced inequality, greater well-being, and improved resilience. And this doesn't mean that we have a problem with growth. It's just that we need to think about the system and how it's operating and how we can manage it. If the 20th century was all about competition and having firms compete against each other and individuals, then the 21st century is going to have to be about how we manage these complex systems under stress. And that calls for cooperation, coordination, and management. So this was beyond growth. The second area is something I've touched on already, systemic resilience. And this is driven by the need to prepare for and recover from high consequence shocks on various information, social infrastructure systems. And I think resilience has really evolved as a concept for dealing with how a complex system operates, essentially. And this is particularly relevant for the management of major crises. It calls for an interdisciplinary approach, drawing on social sciences as well as natural sciences, and may lend itself to a variety of methodological approaches by which system resilience may be assessed. It's also been used as a concept to assess the capacity of economies and financial systems to withstand major shocks. And there's a lot of work right now to understand stress testing of different institutions and economies. There's also resilience by design and by intervention, in that any system will have design features which will help it resist a shock. So, for example, markets can be very good for reorganizing and reallocating resources. So they're designed, in a sense, to have reallocative and resilient properties. But we also have to have resilience by interventions. And that's where governments really have to step in to bail out firms, to build up stockpiles of important equipment, and to be prepared for shocks that come. And this is really a tough one for economists, because we believe very much in, as I said, optimization. And so it's having spare capacity is not very efficient. And there can be trade-offs between efficiency and resilience. But it's like an airport buying a snowplow. It's a snowplow which is going to basically sit there idle for most of the year, but the 2 or 3 days in the year that you have heavy snow, then it becomes extremely useful. And so we need to think about efficiency over a longer term so that we incorporate these potential failures. So oftentimes it's just a matter of changing the time frame rather than an explicit trade-off between efficiency and resilience. And then third is an area where REAM is also very much involved. It's the Neuroscience Informed Policy Initiative. And we're developing the concept of brain capital, which considers brain skills and brain health as indispensable parts of the knowledge economy. So we need to understand, if we want to look at labor market outcomes or productivity, we need to understand the role that anxiety and depression is playing in reducing productivity. We also need to think about, as our economies age, the neurodegeneration in older workers. So these are not minor health issues or social issues. These are actually very significant economic issues now. And so we're looking at relevant metrics, building up a network of interested actors in the medical field, in neuroscience, philanthropy, and business. And the initiative is, I think, developing very well, examining the application of ideas from neuroscience and medicine to economic and social policy. And the issues that we've covered today to include productivity, gender equality, mental health, education, and cognitive development, and others. And it's really important because one of the big issues for policymakers right now is the productivity slowdown. And the general idea is that we just need to allocate resources to more productive uses. So the reallocation theory really depends on people being flexible, nimble, being able to collect new skills and retrain. But again, the neuroscientists suggest that neuroplasticity as we get older is much reduced. It's much harder to pick up new skills. And it's also the case that people are involved in a social environment. So it's not just a matter of moving location and seizing opportunities elsewhere. It's actually very difficult to move, and housing has a role to play in that, but there's also broader social context and environment. So this is basically the type of issues that we're looking at, bringing science of various different types into policy and economics. And I think we've had some success, we've had some impact, and that's demonstrated by the extent to which governments are using some of our analyses. But as I mentioned earlier, there's a lot of human capital invested in the traditional approaches and a lot of inertia in the system. And essentially, some of these understandings are hardwired. And I'll also recall when I spoke to one of my colleagues in the economics department, and just as I've done today, I was pointing out some of the flaws in some of the traditional models and ideas. And the response I got back was, well, a model doesn't cease to be useful just because it's wrong. And the scientific merits of this you could really question. But there's a reason why we keep these older models on the road, and why it's actually very difficult to displace them with new thinking or new ideas. So that's been a bit our struggle. We've also had a number of discussions, and some of the greatest openness to new thinking has come from emerging and developing economies. We've had many discussions with China, India, Indonesia, South Africa, and we've discussed economic frameworks in response to the challenges we all share. And there was generally a lot of openness to displacing some of the existing ways of understanding things and trying new things and experimenting. And so leadership on these issues could as well come from the global south as from the traditional sources of authority within the economics department, economic departments and academic disciplines, that is. And just a final point here, after the crisis and multiple crises we've had, I think there has been a question about where the change in economics is going to come from. Is it going to come from academic departments, or is it going to come from policymaking institutions? And one school of thought is that academics can retreat into their beliefs, whereas policymakers have to face the consequences of their mistakes. So it's not that economists working in policy can continuously make mistakes and hope to keep going. Policymakers and the public will ultimately hold them accountable. And so it could be the case that there is that move to change things coming from the policy world if academia is a bit more intransigent and reluctant to change. And people like James Heckman and Paul Romer, they've talked about the deference to authority within the economics profession, which keeps some of the older ideas going and keeps out new ideas. So these are cultural problems within the profession. And it's a particular problem within macroeconomics. That's not to criticize the profession in any way. I think any group would self-organize in a way that will have implicit hierarchies. So it's, I don't want to be too critical, but given the scale of the challenges we face, we do need perhaps more a radical approach to economics and other issues. So I think I'm almost out of time. So let me just conclude with some comments on the economics of the environment and climate, since that's the new crisis that's actually been with us for some time, but it's becoming greater in scope and scale. And there's also limited time to be able to do something about it. And the Stern report, the original Stern report was 15 years ago, looking at the economics of climate change. And since then, the science of climate has revealed much greater escalating risks from climate change, yet mainstream economists persist in rehashing decades-old, unadjusted assumptions that levels of global warming, which science would view as catastrophic, would only lead to modest reductions in global GDP. And this is the literature of Bill Nordhaus, Richard Tall, Simon Dietz, people like that. Alas, such erroneous work still strongly influences climate policy in critical junctures. Hence, the economics of climate change, I would argue, and others, that it needs urgent review in terms of values, models, and policies. And just an example of Bill Nordhaus, he recently stated that damages are 2.1% of global income at 3 degrees warming and 8.5% of income at 6-degree warming. So the idea of 6-degree warming, scientists would tell us that's basically the ballgame. But Nordhaus, because essentially deals with self-stabilizing models, argues that it's just 8.5%. So this is potentially and worryingly a recipe for inaction. And there's various reasons methodologically why he arrives at such modest estimates, and those in this literature do. But I think we need to really go a bit further in this area, if I was to choose one area, a new interdisciplinary review of economics of climate change would be really important. So let me conclude that the challenges that confront us demand new interdisciplinary global scientific approach, which brings together experts from economics, but also beyond economics, from other disciplines. Alternative methodologies are already available, agent-based modeling, network modeling, which could help, machine learning, big data as well. There must be a role for process-based understanding and modeling, including the latest advances in understanding nonlinear and cascading risks in complex coupled interdependent systems. It should embrace an inferential framework that doesn't just ignore huge swaths of potential impacts that it's not sure how to quantify, but rather assigns them as appropriate form and level of uncertainty, and stimulates research to address them. So that's really, I think, what I'd be pushing and trying to promote in economics and policy. And very glad that we're kind of allied in this agenda, and look forward to working together in the future. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much, William, for this very inspiring speech, and also allowing us to think beyond what I call the conservatisms of economics as we knew it previously. And I can only subscribe to all what you have said, but beyond this, if we look at where we are going in terms of the global transitions, digital transition, green, sustainable transition, even societal transitions that we are experiencing, risks will increase, and we need to have an approach that is really not only understanding what's going on, but at the same time have innovative and experimental solutions to respond to what can happen. As for example, we've seen clearly that in the pandemic, the level preparedness was very low globally. And up to today, we are struggling to deal with the consequences of the pandemic. Sometimes this uncertainty is costing the economic systems, and probably this is something that needs to be very carefully looked at. But beyond this, what you also said, the interdisciplinarity is essential. I think economics was not able by itself to give the policy recipes that we would have expected. And I think interdisciplinarity would be the first step to recognize that we need to work together hand in hand to produce the right policy recipes for our societal challenges. And thank you very much for mentioning beyond growth, because I think growth, it's a quantity measures. We need to think a little bit more about happiness, about flourishing, about overall, what are we really getting out of growth? And I think nowadays we need to move into what our societies, what the people need, rather than what the economists need. And I think this is also another element which need to be carefully looked at. Now, you mentioned global systemic resilience. I have one single question, which is in my mind since last year. For global systemic resilience to function, shouldn't we need forceful global solidarity mechanisms which allow us to develop what I call a forceful safety nets at the global level, while taking into account the differential between the development between the different nations that we have been, in fact, accumulating for hundreds of years. So how do you see this?
Yeah, great comments, Reem. And I just might go back on one thing you said earlier about the transitions that we're in. And of course, a lot of our frameworks and models, they do a pretty good job if the system is stable and stationary and more or less linear. And so a lot of our tools are just fine for that. But the problem is that the types of challenges that we face are increasingly nonlinear, and they compound each other. And people like David Henry would say that a kind of dynamic stochastical general equilibrium model, it's like the fire station that automatically burns down when there's a fire. So it's not really useful for dealing with crisis situations where the underlying probabilities and statistical dimensions of the system change. But to your point about global systemic resilience, I think problem we have right now is that we're in the midst of a kind of multilateralism paradox. The more that we actually need to work together to solve these collective action problems, the less multilateralism is equipped to do so. And this is really a big challenge because most of the big issues that we're dealing with are essentially global in nature, whether it's climate change, whether it's how financial crisis can spill from market to market, country to country. And it was actually Tom Friedman who wrote an article in the New York Times earlier last year, and it was called "How We Broke the World." And the essential argument is that we'd steadily been removing all of the safeguards in our global economy to grease the wheels of globalization, and that this actually led us to a very dangerous place. So I completely agree that we need this more forceful solidarity. We need the international institutions and mechanisms to be able to address these issues. But how you can do that while respecting national sovereignty remains a challenge. And what is the best arena of subsidiarity to tackle these issues is also, I think, debatable and questionable. I think what happened at COP26 is shows that we're still on a kind of incremental progress path when we need something more transformational. And so the mechanisms we have in place, I don't think are sufficient. They're necessary, but they're not sufficient to deal with the types of problems that we have now.
Thank you very much, William, for this again very very nice speech, and we will continue certainly working together on the program that you have at the OECD, the NIC, and also on the brain capital that you mentioned, and hopefully this will gain more momentum next year at the French presidency. I think you mentioned we need to solve the problem of productivity. We also need to recognize the fact that we are moving into aging population where reskilling and upskilling, it's not, the result of it might not be as what we expect. So different approaches need to be very carefully designed and tailored depending on the different regions that we are, where we are present. So thank you again, and we'll continue working together. The EMNES and EMEA will continue its the work that is being that started since many years already, and we keep you informed, and you keep us informed. And thank you very much for sharing your extremely inspiring thoughts with us to think beyond the box and trying really to design new policies and new thinking for the societal challenges we are facing. Thank you again.
Great, William. Thanks very much, Ren.
Now I would like to move to the next session with my colleague and friend Cynthia Al-Sidi, who is the director of the Center for European Policy Studies, and she's the co-chair of this conference. So, Cynthia, the floor is yours, and I leave you to moderate the next session.
Many thanks, Rim, and good afternoon to everyone. It's not easy to take the floor after such an inspiring keynote speech. Many thanks, William, really for sharing with us your thoughts on issues which are actually extremely important. I'm a macroeconomist by background, and I think we will have 3 papers written by macroeconomists. So I'm sure we will recognize ourselves in a lot of the points that you mentioned. Okay, we have a very tight agenda. So we have 1 hour 30 for 3 papers. So we will be allocating 30 minutes to each paper. I will be quite strict, so please do not take it wrong, but I will have to signal when time is up, otherwise we will derail the entire program of this afternoon. Just in terms of time allocation, I suggest that each of the presenters has 15 minutes. And then we will have 15 additional minutes for discussion, 10 allocated to the discussant, and then the rest for responses to the comments and Q&A. Let's start with the first paper. So the first paper relates to fiscal policies, or fiscal sustainability in particular. We have Gabriel Temesgen-Voltu from University of Szeged in Hungary. And the paper is titled, Do Fiscal Regimes Matter for Fiscal Sustainability in South Africa? A Marco Switching Approach. Gabriel, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Cynthia. So my paper is on fiscal sustainability, and I'll try to check whether there is a deficit regimes in South African fiscal policy. And first, I will check on fiscal if it is a system is fiscal sustainable. Then I will also check the deficit regimes in fiscal sustainability. I guess it is feasible. Can I continue, Cynthia?
Please go ahead.
Yeah. So to continue, just the presentation has 5 parts. I will start from the introduction, then I will give you some, I will also show you the objectives and continue and try to show you the conceptual framework, data and methodology. Then I will present following that the analysis and discussion. Finally, I will give you some the conclusion and way forward. So to start with the introduction, then fiscal sustainability is like defined as the sustainability of the government ability to service its debtors. So here, as you see, like South Africa's fiscal policy, this one is a primary balance or deficit to GDP ratio, and this one is a debt to GDP ratio. So governments, their objective is to maintain highly sustained economic growth, but currently many countries are facing increasing public debt. So as we see, South Africa public debt is increasing following the global financial crisis. It has increasing trends. So it's a dramatic decrease, increasing, and now it reaches about 61.45% of the debt to GDP ratio. And on the other hand, the government's response or the primary balance to GDP ratio was around in 2000, it was -1%, but in 2009 it was around 6.8% below zero, and finally now after in 2018 it becomes like 10.8% below zero. So here it shows there is a divergence between the public debt and fiscal policy. So if the public debt is also building up persistently for a long time, this can have a consequence to general macroeconomic instability and finally leads to fiscal unsustainability. So I'm trying to see if South Africa's fiscal policy is sustainable, then what has to be done to correct of some deficits in the long run as well. So to assess fiscal sustainability, there are different measures. So the first one was like the stationarity of discounting debt. So this argues that fiscal policy, if the debt is stationary, then it means it will not be exploited over time. So we can say fiscal policy is sustainable. Then following the Hamilton and Flavin 1995, the intertemporal budget constraint, Wilcox and others also developed to check the intertemporal budget constraint by using the revenue expenditure co-integration. So their target is they try to see if there is a co-integration between revenue and expenditure over time, and at the same time, if the debt is also stationary, then we say the fiscal policy of a country is sustainable. But following to this, like this has 2 problems. like the debt, stationarity of debt ratio, and as well as the co-integration has some problems. The first one is at higher integration, every debt or the revenue and expenditures can be stationary. If we increase the order of integration, they can be stationary. The second one, Bone identified, is fiscal policies do not only depend on previous fiscal policy paths, they also depend on because fiscal sustainability is about the future, so they also depend about the future economic growth and interest rate of debt. So following this, in order to solve these caveats, Bone has developed a model-based fiscal reaction function. So he argues that primary balance or fiscal balance must respond positively to the increasing debt ratio. So if government's fiscal policy is responding positively, then we say the fiscal policy is sustainable. Then that bonus model was a linear model. It assumes that for the increasing debt ratio, if the government responds positively, then we say it is a positive response. But currently, there are literature showing that fiscal policy cannot respond positively in a linear way. There are two different approaches to assess the nonlinearity approach of this bonus method of fiscal sustainability. The first one is the fiscal rule has a threshold. This argument is it's a polynomial function of a public debt. So there are two ways. The first one says government is only can respond positively to some threshold level. After some threshold level, government will default and it cannot increase its fiscal response to the increasing of public debt. So we can see some countries like Zambia and currently like Ethiopia also facing some in a debt distress. So after crossing that debt limit, countries cannot respond positively. So this analysis tries to see what is the threshold level, then it tries to see the debt limits, then it also assesses the fiscal space between the countries, how the government responds to the debt GDP ratio, what is the maximum debt GDP ratio. Then the other one is fiscal rules are time variant. This argument argues that fiscal policy can be sustainable for a long period of time, like in the long run, for 30 years, it can be sustainable, but this doesn't mean that there are different regimes in between or structural shocks or regime changes in between. So in case there is an election or global financial crisis, and currently with the COVID, the fiscal policy can be unsustainable for a short period of time. But this doesn't mean that the fiscal policy is unsustainable. So for short period of time, countries might have some unsustainable periods, but if we see the long run period, the countries can have like sustainable regimes. So I'm interested to check whether this if there is a periodical violation of the fiscal sustainability is there in South African fiscal policy, then I'm trying to check whether this time varying fiscal policy using a Markov switching model. So I tried to review some South African papers. Most there are, if we come to Africa, South Africa has a lot of papers done. Then mostly the papers were done using the stationarity analysis, co-integration, and the linear-based fiscal reaction functions. So there is a missing gap with the nonlinear approach, whether there is a regime switching feature of fiscal policy in South Africa, and this regime switching has a negative effect on the long-run sustainability of the South Africa country. So I'm trying to fill this gap, and filling this gap has also an important advantage to understand the region-specific fiscal sustainability of a country in order to formulate sound macroeconomic policy for future policy and growth prospects. So if there is a sustainable regime, governments should have to react timely to that regime was the aim of the study. This study has two objectives. The first one is to assess South Africa's long-run fiscal sustainability in these different regimes, the high regime and low deficit regimes. And the second one is how long it stays for unsustainable without impacting the long run. So I'm trying to check the deficit regimes with high deficit regime and low deficit regimes and how long it stays in the deficit regimes as well. So this is like tries to show you the model specification. This is the expenditure side of a government. This one is the revenue side of a government. This one is the government expenditure plus the interest rate paid on the previous debt should have to be equal to the revenue generated at time t. This is a seigniorage, and this one is the debt borrowed at time period. So the left-hand side must be equal to the right-hand side. Then, like government expenditure or revenue minus government expenditure is the primary balance of a country, and this one is the previous debt. And if we equate all these things, then finally will be the fiscal reaction function, which is a primary balance, must be a function of a positive function of the previous debtors. So from this, I developed the Markov switching vector error correction model as the change in primary balance to GDP ratio as a function of its previous, because government responses has a sluggish response, because governments do not respond to increasing debt at a time, because it needs a time to respond, because it comes through different parliament or something. It has a sluggish response. So I use the lag value of government response. This is a debt to GDP ratio, and I add also some control variables which are a structural break in the data. And this is the regimes which shows like the high deficit regime and low deficit regimes. Because it is a vector error correction model, I also add the error correction model in order to prove if there is a sustainable region in South Africa. So the data used is from 1960 to 2019, Q3. And so I use quarterly data for South Africa. And here it shows the qualitative aspect. On average, South Africa currently is like below 3%, and the debt on average is 38%, but it has a maximum 16.1, but the minimum is around where is it? Like 30%. And this one, in this side, it shows the revenue side, the government deficit to GDP ratio, and this one shows the government's debt GDP ratio. So after the global financial crisis, the two ratios, the deficit to GDP ratio and debt to GDP ratio, shows a divergence. So this might indicate there might be a nonlinear relationship between deficit and debt. So I tried to check like the stationarity using the augmented decoupleur test. So from this one, like revenue expenditure ratio is stationary at level, but the debt GDP ratio is stationary at first difference. I tried to check using the Bai and Perron 2003 structural break test, and I found two structural breaks. Then this is in 1999, Q4, and 2009, Q2. This is about the Asian financial crisis, and this one is the global financial crisis. It affects the South African data as a structural break is identified. So I try also to check whether there is a nonlinearity in the data set using the BDS test, and I show both the deficit, the primary balance GDP ratio, and the debt GDP ratio have a nonlinear in the data. So the other thing I try to check is a co-integration test. It has one co-integration factor between the deficit GDP ratio and debt GDP ratio. So after this, I go to the Markov switching vector error correction model. So as the first, I checked whether in the transitional matrix and region properties. So it shows like South Africa's fiscal policy stays in the low deficit regime or sustainable regime like 14 quarters, but in the high deficit regime, it stays around 10 quarters. So this shows there is a variation between the sustainable regime and unsustainable regime. So it stays longer in the stable regime than the unstable regime. The probability of staying is greater than the probability of staying on the unsustainable regimes. So this indicates South Africa had a better fiscal policy, but it has unsustainable regimes in between as well. So for the long run, it is sustainable, but in the short run, there are some shocks for the South Africa's fiscal policy. So this is the graphical representation of the transitional matrix. So this one is for the smooth one, and this one is for the unsmooth one, for the unsustainable one. This one is for the sustainable one. If it is closer to 1, it means that the fiscal policy is sustainable, but if it is to 0, it means that fiscal policy is unsustainable. So in some periods, the fiscal policy of South Africa is unsustainable. So if we see here, it is unsustainable because of the global financial crisis. Then in 2005, there is also rand depreciation or currency crisis. There is also another crisis in 2000 or this 1990 in the Asian financial crisis. Then there is also ANC military resistance, and the conventional for a democratic South Africa negotiations also these are among the unsustainable regimes. Why South Africa unsustainable regimes can be defined by this? But for the sustainable governments, we're using different instruments, institutional arrangements, debt management strategy to make the South Africa fiscal policy sustainable. So coming to the regression analysis, I use a regime switching vector error correction model. So from this vector error correction model, the first thing I found is the error correction is negative and significant. And this indicates that South Africa fiscal policy in the long run it has a long run sustainability. And I also checked whether the debt response is positive or not. So in both cases, the South Africa fiscal policy responds positively to the debt GDP ratio. So this indicates that South Africa fiscal policy is sustainable. And I also found that for the structural breakers for 1999, it has a positive response to the budget balance, but the 2009 had a negative response. So that this means in 2009, the global financial crisis affected South Africa fiscal policy negatively. But the first one, because of its Asian financial crisis, it doesn't affect South Africa. Primary balance negatively was found in the results. So coming to the conclusion, like South Africa's fiscal policy or deficit path is sustainable, but it has short-term imbalances too. So in order to correct these short-term imbalances, governments have to focus on fiscal consolidation effects. So this can be done like through spending cuts in parallel with revenue enhancing mechanisms. So from the spending cuts, governments can use pension reforms, reducing subsidy, and also they can make like trimming the size of the public sector and maintaining explicit fiscal rules. From the revenue side, governments can focus also in the consumption taxes, excise taxes, VAT. Then they can increase these things to make the fiscal policy to correct the short-term imbalances. Then finally, the government should have to be conscious to also on the timing of the implementation of consolidation effects while tightening the budget deficit is my final way forward. Thank you very much. If you have any question, you are welcome.
Many thanks, Gabriel, for this presentation. Unfortunately, Mundir Lassassi was supposed to comment on the paper, could not join. He had a problem with connection. If you don't mind, I will open the floor to everyone. So who has any question, please feel free to come in. Maybe let me ask actually a couple of questions from my side. I think that the issue of fiscal sustainability is actually a very important one. I myself will work a bit on this on the past. I have a question more, if you want, a clarification in trying to understand what is the matter here. Now, debt dynamics, the way debt evolves, is basically determined by fiscal policy, a previous debt level and the interest rates that you have to pay on it, and growth. In your formulation, basically, if I understood correctly, you want to identify regimes, different regimes for fiscal policy, and trying to see what, when you look at debt, because basically debt is endogenous to the fiscal policy regime, because it is determined by fiscal policy in addition to other variables. what is not clear to me is if you wanted the endogeneity that there is between fiscal policy and debt, and how you take this into account. The second question, it's maybe really out of curiosity. How many regimes do you find? I know that you look at stable and unstable regimes, but if I understood correctly, you have different periods of stable regime and different periods of unstable regimes.
Okay, shall I continue?
Yes, if you can.
So I'm using the Markov switching. So the model like divides the fiscal, like the primary balance into two regimes. So the first one it makes is like it makes the fiscal policy as when it is low deficit, it makes as sustainable. Then when there is high deficit, it makes the fiscal policy as unsustainable. Then I'm trying. Should I be? So I'm trying to analyze in the high deficit regimes, governments might not respond positively to the increasing debt. So like the fiscal reaction argument argues that if fiscal policy or governments are responding positively to the debt, to the increasing debt, then they say the fiscal policy is sustainable. But governments like throughout a long run cannot respond positively. In some cases, they might respond like negatively in the unsustainable regimes. So if there is global financial crisis or some crisis, governments might not respond. So that means for some periods, the fiscal policy can be unsustainable, but over time, over 30 years, the government fiscal policy can be sustainable. So I take two regimes, like low deficit regime and high deficit regimes. Then the model calculates for how long the fiscal policy stays in the low deficit regime and in the high deficit regime. So in my case, in the South African data, it stays 14 quarters because it's quarterly data. For 14 quarters, it stays in the low deficit regime or sustainable regime. On the other hand, in the high 9.8 quarters, it stays in the high deficit regimes. So I check in these ways, then I try to check if the government like responds positively to the debt. So I found like it is a positive response in both cases. So in this case, like South Africa fiscal policy is sustainable, but with some imbalances, short-run imbalances. Is for the first one, for the endogeneity case, actually I tried to check for some post-estimation results. If I then I consider there is no endogeneity. Like the first one is I took what you call because government responds lately, then I have to consider the lag value of government spending. Then I use the lagged values of government as how can I say, as exogenous variable in order to correct for the sluggish responses of government for a debt. Then I also use other control variables, but I will try to check it if there is again. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks for the clarification, because indeed I think it is important to take into account what the timing, so T or T minus 1, T plus 1 when considering debt and fiscal policy. Another point which was actually raised in the question also by Yagane. I mean, in fact, if you want to assess fiscal sustainability, other than the fiscal policy, one should take into consideration GDP growth and, of course, interest rates, in particular, interest service, which can be affected also by exogenous facts as global interest rates and global events, and even the currency in which the debt is denominated. Are you taking into account these aspects in your analysis, or are you only focusing on fiscal policy?
No, I didn't consider those variables. Of course, in many papers, I'm trying to check for South African case particularly, like the debt is more mainly from the domestic debt. They have a smaller quantity of the external debtors. And the interest rate I saw in some papers, but in the interest rate, while we are modeling the model, like in order to say the fiscal policy is sustainable, then the interest rate, if the interest rate of the borrowing is greater than the growth rate, then it will be accumulated over time. So governments have to respond positively. So in the model, it will be accounted, but I didn't consider that one. But in many papers, which what I didn't cover is they consider like the output gap, because governments respond differently for recession and expansion. So they consider a dummy for recession and expansion as exogenous variable to control for the government's response. But in my model, I didn't consider. Maybe I will try to check it in my future work.
Yeah, indeed, this is important. In real life, governments tend to use fiscal policy essentially to respond to the economic cycle. This is what one should expect. That's also why in some cases you may find that basically the government remains in a certain regime, even if it should switch to another one, because maybe macroeconomic conditions are important. There are a couple of questions on, in the chat. So there was a comment from Sandra asking whether basically, saying that it would be interesting to consider the impact of the pandemic. As far as I can see, this is not covered in your paper. I don't know whether you have any thinking or you have done anything on this.
Yes, I didn't cover the period, but like I guess like from the pandemic, it has a different response. It's not like as a global financial crisis. It has a different impact because mostly like the global financial crisis are affecting the demand aspect, aggregate demand only, but the COVID has an effect also on the supply side because production was queued. So we cannot expect the same effect as the global financial crisis. So it has a different aspects because of the lockdown, it decreases the production aspect and at the same time the aggregate demand. But in my case, I only covered before COVID periods. Maybe in the future, it would be interesting to see if the COVID has what type of effect, because it also affects the supply side of production too. It might have a different response, but in my paper, I didn't cover that COVID.
Okay, thanks very much. We are really close to the end of the 30 minutes. If there is any other question or comments, I would like to invite the people in the room to type in questions. So otherwise, I suggest we move to the next paper. Thank you very much, Gabriel, for your presentation and for submitting the paper. Thank you. And let's now move to the second paper. We have Attar El-Naguer from German University in Cairo, Egypt. Good afternoon, Attar. And we have also Serena Sandri, Associate Professor at the German Jordan University. Good to see you, Serena. And I would like to invite Attar to present a paper, Exchange Rate Pass-Through, Inflation and Monetary Policy in Egypt. Attar, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon from Cairo. So let me share my screen. Okay, I hope you can see it.
Not yet, but hopefully will come.
Okay, can you see it now?
Yes, we can.
Yes. I'm Attar El-Naguer. I'm an economics PhD candidate at the German University in Cairo, and today I'll be presenting the paper titled Exchange Rate Pass-Through, Inflation and Monetary Policy in Egypt. The paper is also co-authored by Professor Christian Richter. So let me first take you through the outline. So I will start by a very short background about Egypt's inflation, or let's say the exchange rate regime. And then I will go through the research objectives, followed by the empirical analysis, in which I will be describing the data, going through the methodology also quickly, and then I will present the results through the impulse response functions and a reduced form of the baseline model. And then at the end, I will be presenting a granular causality between the variables used in the model. And finally, we have the discussion and conclusion. So the exchange rate pass-through has been of interest for a very long time, and it has actually evolved over the years. And so by exchange rate pass-through here, we are talking about how the shocks in the exchange rate is transmitted into domestic prices in a country. And that's why, and the importance actually for this transmission is its effect on the monetary policy and on ensuring or achieving a macroeconomic or a stable macroeconomic environment. So Egypt, macroeconomic policies have evolved over the years. So in the 60s, Egypt actually had a fixed peg to the US dollars. And then in 1991, Egypt started an economic reform in which the central bank adopted a managed floating regime. However, between 1991 and 1992, the government or the central bank intervened and they fixed the Egyptian pound, and they devaluated it and kept it fixed until 2000. And then for the period between 2004 and 2019, I used the graph here to represent or to see the relation or the changes in the inflation rate represented in the blue line and the Egyptian pounds or the exchange rate represented by the black line. So if we look at the period between 2000 and 2003, we will find that the inflation rate was quite low and acceptable during that period, and the exchange rate was also stable and fixed. And moving on to the next period, which is between 2004 and 2008, during this period, we had a lot of volatility and changes in the inflation rate. The inflation rate actually peaked in 2008 and reached around 23%, while we see that the exchange rate was also still stable or fixed to a great extent. And moving to the next period, which is between 2010 and 2015, which is a period of a lot of political unrest in Egypt due to the Arab Spring or the revolution in 2011. So this period is characterized again by fluctuations in the inflation rate. We had also a devaluation of the Egyptian pound during that period. And moving to the period where we see the peak in 2016. So in November 2016, the central bank announced that they will adopt a floating regime for the exchange rate. And here you see that after this announcement, the inflation rate peaked in 2017 to reach around 32%. And we had also a devaluation of the Egyptian pound of around 50% of its value. In the following period, in 2018 and later, the Egyptian pound started to recover somehow, to appreciate again, and the inflation rate started actually to decrease, as you also see on the graph. So this is just briefly what happened in the past few years. Moving on to the research objectives. So the paper is mainly to estimate the exchange rate pass-through to the inflation in Egypt for the period between 2005 and 2018. So this is the baseline model, the main model. And then we use a reduced form model to estimate the relation between once the inflation and the money supply, and then inflation and imports. And Then we use also the reduced form model to estimate the exchange rate pass-through in Egypt by dividing the data into two sets. The first one is the one before the floating, and the second one is after the floating regime, and to see if we have any differences in the two data sets. And at last, we have the causality between the variables. So the empirical analysis, we start by the data description. So we use monthly observations from 2005 to 2018. The model has 9 variables, as you see them on the screen. The industrial production index, we have imports from China, the EU, and the US. We have the money supply and the exchange rates and the consumer price index. We will be using a vector autoregression model, or the VAR model. And in order to identify the shocks or the structural shocks in the VAR model, we need to order the variables in a way that the endogenous one will come first. And that's why we started by the industrial production index, the IPI. So because we believe that IPI will influence all the other variables in the system. And then we have the demand shock represented by the imports, and then the money, the monetary part represented by the money supply. And in the last places, we have the exchange rates and the consumer price index. And we place the consumer price index last because we believe that usually it is affected by all the other variables in the system. So here we have the empirical results from the VAR model. So I represented the results through the impulse response functions. So the impulse response here shows how a 1% shock in the exchange rate will affect the variable in the system. So the vertical axis, or the y-axis here, will show how, or the percentage of change in the variable with respect to a 1% change in the real exchange rate in the country. So we see in the 4 graphs here, we do have an immediate or an evident pass-through or transmission of the shock of the real exchange rate for the imports, the money supply, and the consumer price index. However, we see that the transmission is only in the first year, and it actually disappears by the second year. So we don't see any effect of the shock later. So what we can say here that the transmission is evident, however, it's slow and it's incomplete. And to provide a further analysis into the transmission, we looked at the variance decomposition of the consumer price index. So here we see in the table that the imports from China, it explains around 8.9% of the total change in the consumer price index, which we can say is somehow high relative to the other values we see in the table. And also for the money supply, it explains around 20% of the changes in the consumer price index. So because we believe these 2 variables did explain a lot of the changes in the consumer price index, so we re-estimated the model using only a reduced form model, or a 2-dimensional VAR. So we start by estimating the relationship between the money supply and the consumer index. So we want to see how the consumer price index will respond to shocks in the money supply. So as we see here on the graph, that again, the response is significant, and it's actually quite high. And we see also that the transmission actually is full or complete by the 10th month. For this, for the money supply shock. And we also used a 2-dimensional model again to re-estimate the relation between the consumer price index and the imports from China. So here again, we want to see how the consumer price will respond to shocks from imports from China. So here we see that the response is also immediate, and it's between 12 to 16% during the 4 months. And then by the 6th month, actually, we see that the transmission effect or the response actually disappeared. And the last reduced model that we use here is by separating the data sets into the one before the floating, which is from 2005 to October 2016. So this is the period before announcing the total floating of the Egyptian pounds. So here the results came to be significant, and we see again that there is a transmission of the effect, but again it's not high, it's low, and also it's incomplete. And when we estimated the relation for the period after the floating, so from November 2016 to Feb 2018, we could not get any significant result for that period. When we used the real exchange rate, so we thought about using the nominal one to see if we can get anything, but again, we was not able to get any significant result for the period after the floating. The final part of the empirical results, we have the grander causality. So we test the causality only for the reduced form models. So we have the grander causality for the 3 models. In the first one, we found that there is a unidirectional relation running from the money supply to the consumer price index, meaning that the money supply will cause a change in the consumer price index and not the other way around. The same for the imports and the consumer price index. Again, the relation is unidirectional, so it only runs from the imports to the consumer price index. And for the period which preceded the floating regime, also we find that real exchange rate do cause changes in the consumer price index and not the other way around. So here also the grander causality test is in line with what we found in the VAR model. So moving on to the discussion and conclusion. So the VAR analysis, the baseline model showed that the exchange rate was low and incomplete. We found the highest values were for CPI, the consumer price index, the lowest was for consumer price index and the highest for the imports. We believe that the result here could be due to that the consumer price index basket contains a lot of goods, or some of the goods are subsidized by the government and other are administered by the government. That's why the pass-through was incomplete and low. And also we found that the response of the CPI to shocks in the exchange rate is higher than those to the shocks in the imports. And this means that the indirect transmission channel in Egypt is stronger than the direct one. And finally, when we separated the data, we could not find any significant for the period after the floating. And we believe that this could mainly may be attributed to the short period that we investigated in this paper, and that's why we could not get a significance due to the limited number of observations. That's the end. Thank you very much, and I would like to answer any questions if you have.
Thanks very much, Atar, for your presentation. I would like now to hand over to Serena for the comments.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Cinzia. Thanks a lot, Atar, for the very nice presentation, very clear, and also for the very interesting paper. It's a pretty technical paper, very dense, but I really enjoyed reading it. I also believe it touches an extremely interesting topic for which there is still no conclusive evidence. I mean, what is in the end the best exchange rate for developing countries? Because I guess that the whole sense of the analysis is in the end to try to find out what could be policy recommendations, what could be prescriptions for developing countries. Okay, we know that the IMF typically also allows some sorts of freedom, okay, to the developing countries. I mean, we have some recommendations, okay, developing countries should choose between fixed exchange rate, floating system, but then there is no clear 100% strict prescription in this regard. We know in general what could be factors that typically affect this choice. Something like the interconnection to international capital markets, the type of capital flows accruing to the countries, the level of the amount of capital reserves, which is typically a very important consideration in inducing countries to opt for a pegged exchange rate. So those are many factors that we know, but still, I mean, again, there is no conclusive evidence that is valid for every country about what is best. And also, we still do not know everything about the effects, the exact effects of choosing certain policies. So I really believe that you're addressing something significant, and I really enjoyed reading the paper. I would suggest that there is also another very nice paper that I know. It's published in the Review of Economics and Political Sciences. It's written by Helmi, Fayed, and Hussein. It was written in 2018, so a few years ago only. And they also address the exchange rate pass-through to inflation in Egypt. They look, however, at a slightly different time frame because they look at the time 2003 to 2015. So basically, you're adding this part about the floating, okay, which I believe is important, and it's a contribution. Yeah, they also consider the effect at three different price indexes. So they look at import, they look at producer price index and consumer price index. They come, however, they also use VAR, structural VAR approach. So pretty similar, but they come to somehow slightly different results. Because what they get is that in general, again, they find out substantial exchange rate pass-through, but they find it incomplete, slow, but they find it more prominent for the consumer price index, which, I mean, if I understood it well from your paper, you find exactly the opposite. You find somehow that consumer price index has the lowest pass-through. What do you think? Where could be the possible differences? Maybe this has to do with the fact that you are also encompassing the phase after the flotation.
Thank you very much, first of all, for your time. I think it could be for the different time frames that we used. Yeah, so they started from 2003 to 2015, correct? Yes. So I think during that period, we did not have any floating in the exchange rates, and also, as you saw at the very beginning of the graph, we did have a lot of changes in the inflation, specifically after the floating, which is a part of the analysis, and I believe they did not have this in their analysis. So I think maybe this could be one reason why we came to different results. I don't know if the type of data would also make any difference. I mean, what kind of observation they used, or something like that. And maybe also they include other variables which affected the results as well. I'm not totally aware of, I mean, what type of variables they have in the model. compared to what I have.
I could maybe send you the link for the paper, because I mean, anyhow, it can be interesting, you know, to also add it to your very nice literature review, by the way. I mean, it's really complete and well done.
Very much.
If I may, can I just add maybe something on this? So I don't know what kind of frequency they use in the paper that Serena mentioned, but I've monthly as well.
Yes.
Because when I mean, of course, from an econometric point of view, monthly data are very good because basically we have a large amount of data. If I think in economic terms, it's quite unlikely that prices, so changes in prices, which are then captured in the basket of the CPI, are as fast as changes in the exchange rate, which is actually affected by a host of factors, including financial flows, for instance, which were mentioned by Serena. So in a sense, when you presented the data and that you mentioned that you were looking at the monthly frequency, my first question is, in reality, can we really have a situation whereby actually prices adjusted so fast that what is actually going on in reality is captured in a variable like the exchange rate, which is moving very fast? So basically, exchange rate is the financial variable, if you want, in nature. Prices is much more linked to the real economy. So there may be a mismatch in the velocity of the adjustment, which then results basically in results which are not significant. And if I may continue on this front, when you showed the intervals of your impulse response functions, if I'm not mistaken, in most cases, the zero is in the two bands in the confidence interval. When this is the case, actually, the result is not significant.
Yes. Yes, we have, I mean, we have the one above when we separated or when we use the reduced form only. But when we look at the estimate itself from the VAR, at some lags, it was significant. Not the whole. Not every equation in the VAR did have a significant estimate.
Okay, thanks. Serena, sorry for interrupting.
Can I maybe ask also something when you talked about the velocity of the. So would you recommend that not using monthly data, using something maybe quarterly?
I would give a try given because you're using a quite long time horizon, right? So you have in the end quite a lot of observations. So if it's not too much work, because I know that sometimes changing the regressions requires a lot of work, but I give a try. From an economic point of view, I would tend to believe that it may be more sensible. I know that from an econometric point of view, we are always trying to get as much data as possible, as much data points as possible.
Yes, because I tried actually to look at a quarterly data, but I mean, Egypt is not very good in terms of data, so it's very hard to find the quarter data. So I thought about like estimating or forecasting or something like that, but it was a long period, and that's why we decided to go for the monthly one.
Okay, but if you go from high frequency to low frequencies, it should work. The problem is if you go from low frequency to high frequency, that you really need to do the estimates. But I understand that it may not be obvious.
But I would definitely give it a try to see if there is any difference or something in the data and the significance.
And then, of course, take a look at the paper that Serena suggested.
Yes, sure.
I also believe, yes, economically, it could make much sense, if possible, to look also to compare the effects in terms of quarterly data. But by the way, you also commented in your paper that somehow the fact of having monthly data may imply some. I think that was well argumented. I would have then a last question, if possible. it's not really related to the paper because I know that you are not looking at that time frame, but monetary policy was in general extremely important for all of the countries to try to mitigate the effect of the COVID-19 pandemic. And pretty often, good responses by the central banks, they really helped to cash on the ongoing crisis. They helped to create certainty. What was, if I remember well, Egypt suffered from a large decrease in foreign assets. So, they also received some financing from the IMF. Can you tell us something more about how the central bank in Egypt reacted to what did they do to contrast the COVID-19 pandemic?
Okay, sure. Let me just think about it. I think, from what I remember at the very beginning of the pandemic, I think they did postpone a lot of loan repayment and so on that's on the consumer level. I think they also from part of monetary policy.
No problem, don't worry.
I can't remember.
It's also beyond your paper, it was my personal curiosity.
Yes, but actually when I started this paper, of course, was before the pandemic. So it's a part of the PhD research or thesis. So actually now we are thinking to add this period to the thesis or to the paper, and to see, to put it as a part of the thesis to see what happened after the pandemic compared to before. So I think, but for now we haven't started this phase yet.
No, then I wish you good luck with this extension. I'm sure it will make sense. It's a very sensitive time, and then for sure you will get some interesting also policy recommendations from your analysis, I'm pretty sure. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Serena, and of course, thanks very much, Atar. Is there anyone who would like to ask any additional question to the comments made by Serena? I don't see anything in the chat. Maybe just by closing remark from my side. Maybe just reinforcing actually what Serena said. Of course, both inflation and both inflation and exchange rate are likely to be related to monetary policy. So in this sense, it will be important to keep an eye on what is happening in terms of monetary policy. I think you cannot completely disregard changes in the monetary policy stance, especially in cases there have been big changes when looking at the exchange rate passed through into inflation. I now see that there is a question. There are actually two questions. So basically the first one is again on the impulse response functions, which are insignificant. Why do you think they are insignificant? And then there is a question the second question is it concerns the VAR model and the fact that is it expected? Basically, it relates to the length, to the period of time for the shock to die out. What I guess the question is, what is the explanation? Sorry, the question was not very clear. Atar, would you like to try to answer?
Yes, yeah, okay. Is it a figure 2? I just can't see it.
Yeah. There is a reference to figure 2 and the fact that basically, why do you have any reason to explain why the impulse response function is not significant?
Okay. So, I'm really sorry, I just can't see the figure on my side. It's blocked by the, okay, now I can see it. Okay, the impulse response. Yes, so I mean, as I mentioned that it was only significant for a very few lags. So I think what's shown here on the figure, I mean, because the majority of the estimate were insignificant. That's why it's here, it's insignificant on the impulse response function.
Yeah. Okay, I think this we discussed a bit earlier on the reasons why this could be insignificant. Maybe.
For the error correction model, I haven't tried. It's also part of the analysis that we go for the VAR and then for the error correction. So I haven't did the VAR yet for this analysis, but yes, it could be considered, of course.
Okay, thanks very much, and to both of you, and good luck with the revisions of the extensions of the paper. I would like now to move to the third paper, and for this one we have Ahmed El Sayed from Durham University in the United Kingdom, and Doriana Cucinelli as discussant. Doriana is assistant professor at University of Parma. But I would like to start by giving the floor to Ahmed to present the paper, Financial Stability and Monetary Policy Reaction, Evidence from GCC Countries. Ahmed, the floor is yours. Sorry, we can't hear you.
Sorry, I was muted. Okay, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to be here. I would like to thank the conference committee and the organizer for organizing such a very timely and interesting conference that look at the issues related to the MENA and Euro area as well. Thank you so much. So let me start by sharing my screen. I believe you can see my screen now, and then you can see the PowerPoint. Excellent. Okay, so this paper is looking at the relationship and the interaction between financial stability and monetary policy in the context of the GCC country. My name is Ahmed Sayed. I am associate professor in economics and finance department at Durham University. And this is a joint project with Dr. Nader Naifar and Dr. Samia Nasreed. I'm following the conventional presentation, so I'm starting with an introduction to our topic, moving on to discussing the literature review and the contribution of our paper, model specification, data sources, variable construction, and I will briefly discuss preliminary analysis and empirical results, moving on to main conclusion of the paper. So starting by some introduction and motivation for the paper, we all know that is before the global financial crisis, monetary policy prevailed consistence of adjusting interest rates only to respond to inflation and to achieve inflation targeting, and to some extent to respond to the output changes. The global financial crisis resulted in severe economic downturn, which spurred the economists to revisit the financial policy efficiency and the financial policy rules. A monetary policy based on a very low interest rate that prevailed during the global financial crisis, we have seen that it leads to excessive bank risk taking and then affect the financial stability of the whole financial sector. An expansionary monetary policy can cause an excessive increase in credit and asset price and help create financial bubbles. The housing bubble and the mortgage market collapse during the global financial crisis were mainly caused by the monetary policy, which failed to preserve the financial stability. The global financial crisis demonstrated the importance of financial stability and represent the monetary policy main actors. The standard terror rule that we all know, and it's been the basis of formulating a central bank monetary policy, has been in place for many, many years. However, using inflation and economic activity to approximate the short-run interest rate changes has lost substantial explanatory power in the wake of the global financial crisis. So the debate on the interaction of monetary policy and financial stability has been intensive, but without reaching a definite conclusion in this regard. Financial stability is perceived as a public good, and safeguarding financial stability may conflict with accomplish other policy goals. However, the state that financial stability is one of the central bank main function is become a more macroeconomic goal that most of the central bank as well as macroeconomic policy are aiming to achieve. So in this regard, let me start by looking at some of the key literature in this area. So we know that monetary policy and financial stability allow for monetary policy and financial stability for a complicated and conflict relationship. And then numerous body of literature has tried to observe these dynamics, but they didn't reach a concrete and inconclusive decision. The financial stability can impact monetary policies through several channels, including the credit market channel, the exchange rate channel, as well as the stock market and money supply channels. According to Alblosco in 2013, he tried to assess the impact of the financial instability on European Central Bank decision. They used the backward-looking monetary policy and the aggregate financial stability indicators. They find that financial instability had a negative influence on the interest rate. On a similar vein, back in 2016, studied the interaction between financial stability and monetary policy in the United States. They find that financial stability should be an important player in determining monetary policy and the central bank policy. Also, Kamilka in 2016 investigated the response of the Turkish central bank, the response of the Turkish central bank to the financial distress using the composite index of systematic stress. The author finds that the central bank of Turkey response to financial system stress has been really changing since the 2010, focusing on financial stability goals. Zanner in 2021 applied Bayesian model approach for the interest rate to explain the European Central Bank monetary policy before and after the global financial crisis. And they reached the conclusion that inflation as a central bank monetary decision in the post-financial crisis. However, the Taylor principle is rejected for the pre-crisis period where the economic activity measure become the main driver of the central bank monetary policy. So all this literature and the background confirm our research question that its monetary policy objective has already shifted since the global financial crisis, rather than focusing more on inflation targeting, and to some extent as a response to changes in output, into a more focus on achieving the financial stability goals, which now is a more important goal and a macroeconomic main policy that is achieved by the central banks. So in this regard, we have two factors has motivated our research paper and these research projects. So two facts have motivated us to examine and analyze the interaction between monetary policy and financial stability. The first fact relates to the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, which affected the global financial system. So since the outbreak of the disease or the crisis, which represent the biggest test of the global financial stability since the global financial crisis in 2008. Financial market, as a result or as a response, the financial market have witnessed a sharp decline in financial asset prices, deterioration in market liquidity, and huge volatility spikes. The sharp fall also from other side, there has been a sharp fall in oil prices, combined with the negative impact of the economic lockdown to counter the COVID-19 pandemic, has a severe impact on the GCC country in particular, which adopted several monetary policy measures to tackle the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. The second motivation was that there is no previous empirical study has considered the interaction between monetary policy and financial stability in the context of the GCC economy. So this study aimed to analyze interaction between monetary policy and financial stability in the GCC economy by introducing a financial stability index to monitor the financial vulnerability and the crisis in the context of the GCC economy. So in this regard, our study will make main two contributions. So the first contribution, we develop a composite index of financial stability that provide a more comprehensive and a complete view of the GCC country's financial condition. Secondly, the best to our knowledge that this is the first paper to investigate whether monetary authority gives any attention to the financial stability in pursuing monetary policy in the GCC economy. So for this purpose, monetary policy interaction are estimated for each of the GCC country, namely Bahrain, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, and United Arab Emirates. Moving on to the model specification, it's mainly based on the Taylor rule, which is already been well known since the seminal paper of Taylor in 1993, which mainly relates changes in the short-run interest rate to changes in the prices as well as outputs, which later on has been modified in another version in 1998 in order to take into account inflation as well as inflation gap. So finally, following the Gotch AL in 2016 and the Caparola AL 2018, we modified the Taylor rule in order to be able to take into account the financial stability condition in each of the GCC countries. So according to equation 4, where RTI represent the lagged short-term monetary market rates, since policy rates are adjusted slowly and the central bank don't want to make any immediate change in the interest rate to avoid any shocks in the markets. So they normally introduce any changes just gradually. So that's why we include RT-1. Inflation gap.
Ahmed, sorry to interrupt. Please keep in mind that you shouldn't close the presentation in 5 minutes at the very latest, huh?
Oh, all right. Sorry. So all right. Sorry about this. I'll try to summarize and conclude as soon as possible. So we included the inflation gap. We also included output gap, which is estimated by HP filter. Also, we included other two variables which are very relevant. So we included the real exchange rate as well as the financial stress indices. So the sample, as I mentioned, include 4 GCC countries, and this is actually determined by the data availability. So we have Bahrain, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates. Variable are short-term money market rate, inflation, the real GDP, and the real effective exchange rate, which are all estimated as output gap. The gap or the deviation from the long-run rate. The data sources and the frequency, all data has been collected from the International Financial Statistics as well as data stream. The sample run from the 4th quarter of 2006 up to the 2nd quarter 2020. In terms of the construction of the financial stress indices, we have collected several variables from several segments of the financial market. So we include a proxy for the banking sector, including banking beta, banking equity return as a negative return, also the volatility estimated by Garsh models. For the equity, we included the negative stock market return, volatility estimated by Garsh model. For the foreign exchange market, we include the exchange market pressure index, and for bond market, we include the sovereign spread rate. So as you can see, we have collected extensive data set to represent the different segments of the financial sector and this GCC country. So following from this, you will see the variation in the financial stress indices for each of the country. And as you can see here, they are very representative. There are huge jump during the financial crisis, also during a little jump during Arab Spring. Again, there is a massive jump during the conflict between Qatar and other GCC economies. Also a final jump here because of the COVID-19 pandemic. So it's very well representative for the condition of the financial sector. So we started by looking at the unit root test, and as you can see, some of the variables are already stationary in level, but other they are stationary at first deference. So this is motivating us to use specification mainly related to accommodation of different order of configuration of our variable, which mainly would be the ARDL model or autoregressive distributed lag model. But also we looked at the linearity and non-linearity of our variable. So we tested for non-linearity using PDS, and it's confirmed that is all our variables are non-linear, which actually motivated the use of a non-linear ARDL model rather than the linear form. So the second point, we in order to be able to use a non-linear ARDL model, we need to check and test for the configuration using a bounce configuration test. And as you see in the 4 model related to the 4 country, we have clear evidence of integrating and long-run relationship among the variable under consideration. So now moving on to the estimation of a non-linear ARDL model over the results of the short-run period, followed by the estimation of the long-run period. I will come back in the conclusion to just summarize the results and also the outputs. Also, following the estimation, we have already run several diagnostic tests to check the robustness of our results. So looking at the error correction term is insignificant, it's negative and significant in all cases. Also, we have looked at the BG test to test for heteroscedasticity, multicollinearity, and also we have tested the stability of our parameter and the stability of our model using the cumulative sum and the cumulative sum squares. So following from this, we have a clear indication that our results for the empirical analysis are quite robust. So the conclusion that monetary authority responds to the deviation of inflation from the target level in all GCC countries except for Saudi Arabia. So there is still a confirmation that most of the GCC countries follow the conventional Taylor rule, where the changes in the short-run interest rate respond mainly to the deviation of inflation from its target, or what we call it the inflation gap. Secondly, the monetary authority of Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and the United Arab Emirates responds significantly to the output, while the response of monetary authority of Bahrain was found to be insignificant. So again, they are also response to the changes or the deviation in the output gap. Thirdly, only the monetary authority of Bahrain and Saudi Arabia give consideration to the movement of the real exchange rate in formulating their monetary policy, because as we all know, most of the country following a big exchange rate regime. Finally, the response of the monetary policy to changes in financial stability is found to be negative and significant for all countries except for Saudi Arabia. So again, this is actually confirming our intuitive research hypothesis that is now and in current states, most of the central bank give more weights to financial stability in terms of formulating and making decision about monetary policy and the changes in the central bank monetary policy tools. So by this, I would like to conclude, and I would like to thank you so much for your attention, and I'm open to any question. Thank you so much. I'll stop sharing my screen.
Thanks very much, Ahmed, for the presentation. Very interesting topic. I would like now to give the floor to Doriana for comments.
Okay, thank you. I share the presentation. Can you see my screen?
Not yet. Yes, it works. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. So the aim of this paper is to investigate the interaction between the monetary policy and financial stability in the GCC countries, and the authors declare to use the Taylor rules specification, in which they add also a financial stability composite index. The period analyzed in this paper is from 2006 up to 2020. And cover several types of crises. The contribution to the literature is twofold. First, authors develop a composite index of financial stability to provide a comprehensive and complete view in these countries. And second, authors believe that this is the first paper in which the relationship between monetary policy and financial stability is investigated. The model is the Taylor model, where we have as dependent variable the short-term monetary market rate, and on the right side, we can observe all the determinants plus the financial stability index, that is a composite index measured and created by the authors. The main results refer to the relationship between the financial stability and the monetary policy, the monetary rate, and the authors underlines that there is a relationship, a significant relationship between these two variables in Saudi Arabia, whilst, for example, for Bahrain, Kuwait, and UAE, the relationship is not significant. Third, only the monetary authorities of Bahrain and Saudi Arabia seems to give a consideration to the real exchange rate movement when they formulate the monetary policy. And finally, the monetary authorities response to positive and negative shocks in financial stability in different way if we consider the short term and long term. So I think that this paper is really interesting and is really clear both in the aim and the scope. The introduction is very well written, and it is very easy to understand the main scope of this paper. Also, in terms of methodology, I think that the methodology is clear, well described, and the results are very interesting. The period analyzed is very long, and it is very interesting because it covered several kinds of crises in these that we can observe in these countries. Some suggestions on this paper. The authors decide to create a new kind of composite index for the financial stability, and they use this composite index and include this index in the Taylor rule model. I suggest to the authors to try as robustness to use also other kind of index already used in previous researches, such as, for example, the composite indicator of systemic stress, or I also suggest to use, for example, the principal component analysis to measure the financial stability. In fact, in previous literatures, several authors use this principal component analysis to define a composite index for the financial stability. Always as robustness, I suggest to the authors to use not only the composite index, so the financial stability as a whole, but also you can use the different components of financial stability. For example, you can distinguish financial stability in your main components, such as banking sector, equity markets, bond markets, and foreign exchange market. And you can try to understand the relationship between the monetary policy and each component of financial stability. I think that this could be robustness or an additional analysis to go deeper in the relationship that you want to investigate. With regard to the very long period, I think that you can try to understand also if this relationship change during different type of periods. For example, during oil crisis, or for example, during the period of COVID, or the Qatar diplomatic crisis, because you have several kinds of crises in your periods, and I think that the relationship could be always the same, or for example could change. It could be interesting to understand the relationship during tranquil periods and crisis periods. You can use, for example, or dummy variables, or you can split your sample periods in subsamples. With regard to the conclusion, I think that the conclusions are interesting, but in terms of policy indication, you include only this phrase: GCC countries' monetary authorities should incorporate financial stability as an additional objective of their monetary policy. I suggest to the authors to improve this policy implication, and also in the conclusion you could add the limitation, if there are, of your study, and also some possible future researches, so the future steps on this topic. Finally, some minor suggestions. Although the aim of the research is very clear, I didn't find in your paper the research questions or the hypotheses. I suggested to declare your research questions. And also in the introduction, I suggested to anticipate the main results obtained from your analysis in order to have all information in already in the introduction. And finally, with regard to the methodology is clear, and also the variables that you include in the regression model. However, I suggested to include, for example, as appendix a table in which you explain the variables that you include in the regression model and the sources. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doriana, for such an exhaustive set of comments. If you allow me, I would like to add just a couple of words, in fact, reinforcing what Doriana said, in particular in the identification of the research question and the conclusions. I think that the process, the steps are quite clear. What is not very clear is what is the research question. So are you trying to test or to identify what are basically the variables to which monetary policy responds? So based on what happened in the past, or something else, because your policy conclusions about the fact central banks should add and indicators of financial stability in their response function, how it follows actually from the analysis that you do, because in fact you don't make an assessment of how good monetary policy is. I don't know whether what I'm asking you is clear, but basically I think that there need to be a consistency between the research question and the conclusions that you draw, especially if there is a policy dimension. And then two minor things. I mean, you mentioned that most of the countries have actually a peg. So why the interest rate setting should be affected by the exchange rate? If there is a peg, in most cases, you would adjust in terms of reserves, not necessarily in terms of interest rate setting. And very final thing, as Doriana said, your period is very rich with prices and probably with quite a lot of variation in the oil prices. So it may actually be interesting to control, at least for some of more extreme events. Sorry for being a bit long. Over to you for some reactions.
Well, thank you so much for your comments. It's very interesting and very detailed feedback. I just want to respond to some of the comments that raised by Doriana and Sinazia. First, you raised the point that it would be better if we can split the sample, because the sample is starting from the fourth quarter of 2006 up until 2020, and if we can split the sample into maybe two subsample or subsamples that can allow us to test different hypotheses during different time period. Actually, despite the fact that the time period is quite long, from 2006 up to 2020, right? This is a quarterly observation. So actually, in reality, we don't have a very rich data set that allow us to split the sample into two subsamples, because if we do this, we will end up with a model with a very limited number of observation, and definitely this will cast a lot of doubt in terms of the biased estimates and other significant estimation issues, because actually the data available is the highest frequency we can get for the data is a quarterly data. So quarterly data over like 14 years it's like for each you have 30 something observation. So it's not reach in terms of the number of observation itself. So this is one issue. Another issue you have raised in terms of the as a robustness, we can use the principal component analysis to test our hypothesis and to construct the composite index. Yeah, indeed that's a very good suggestions. Several approach has already been adopted in the literature in order to combine several aspects into just an aggregated composite index, such as using the standardized variable or average standardization or principal component analysis. And there is a debate in the literature about which approach would be the best to follow. So there is no concrete answer for this, but definitely this would be something that we can consider in order to just test the robustness of our results. The question raised by yourself also regarding the conclusion in terms of policy implication and research limitation. Indeed, that's very well taken. We are going to improve the policy implication as well as the limitation in order to strengthen the conclusion section. Regarding the question, other questions raised by Sinasia. The first one is related to exchange rate. Most of the literature already included exchange rate as a key factor in determining short-run interest rate and the policy rate by the central banks. Also looking at the literature in GCC context, they also included interest rate as one of the key, they also include exchange rate as one of the key factors, despite the fact that we all know that is the exchange rate in GCC country are all big to dollar, so there is no much variation. But actually the main idea we included the exchange rate to avoid any bias due to the fact that omission of any variable. I'm sorry, that's all I can say, and if I just forget any of your comments, please do let me know. And I do much appreciate your very constructive comments and our discussion. Indeed, it's very helpful. We will follow up and we will update our paper according to the comments and feedback.
Many thanks for this, Ahmed. Many thanks for this very interesting presentation, and many thanks to all the other presenters and discussants. So the first session is closed. We now have a break and we reconvene at 4:15. I'm looking at Sandra and Frim, but I guess this is what is in the program and I think will be followed. Thank you very much.
Okay, I think we are back. Thank you everyone for joining this session. It is with great pleasure that I am introducing this banking business model monitor for the Middle East and Africa. As far as I know, this is the first time that a very comprehensive data collection has taken place for a large number of countries in the MENA region and Africa, and presents a great availability of resources for researchers in the area of banking and bank business models to address several very important questions on the structure of these banking sectors and the profitability and the risk profile and the financial stability of these banking sectors. This data collection exercise is particularly important because these countries are notoriously understudied in the traditional academic literature, and they are a very heterogeneous set of countries with different backgrounds, different regulations, different structures of the financial system, which have led to some very interesting discoveries when the authors of this report have gone through a very thorough and very precise exercise in the identification of bank business models, and it has revealed a number of business models which are typical to particular countries and are sometimes similar to the bank business models that we find in Europe and in the United States, but also the identification of some business models that are very characteristics of some countries and some areas. So the wealth of information that the authors have collected and the rigors of the analysis has enabled them to put together a very substantial bank business model monitor for the Middle East and North Africa. And it is with great pleasure that now my colleague Doriana Cucinelli is going to tell you a little bit more about what they have done. Thank you, Doriana.
Thank you, Barbara. I share my screen. Okay, one more. Okay. Yes, I want to present the bank business models in MENA and Africa countries. And in this presentation, I'd like to show you the objective of this document, the methodology that we adopted to identify the bank business model, the sample of banks that we analyze, and some results, some data that refer to the support of the real economy, the profitability, risk, and the response to regulation. The objective of this document is to discuss risks and benefits associated to the bank diversity, and also how banks of different size, systemic nature, complexity, and business model can cope with the current regulation and the market competition and still add value to the real economy. When we talk about diversity in the banking system, usually we talk about the institutional diversity in banking. And in this case, we distinguish between the stakeholders banks, such as cooperative banks, and the shareholders banks, for example, stock corporation banks. And we try to investigate the differences in terms of strategy and risk appetite. But we can also talk about bank business model diversity. In this case, when we talk about business models, it's important to consider the behavior of banks. And in this case, we use the activity funding approach. What is the activity funding approach? When we talk about this approach, we want to investigate the behaviors of banks, and therefore we want to analyze the asset and liability side of the bank balance sheet. So we want to understand if banks, for example, are more retail-oriented, so they are more willing to focus on the customer loans, or, for example, on the SMEs loans or commercial industrial loans, or if banks are more oriented to the market with, for example, higher level of stock market activity and trading activity and so on. On the funding side, we also, in this case, banks could be more oriented to the retail market with the funding sources that derive more from customer deposits, or they could be more market oriented, so they, for example, have more interbanking activities, so they have funding sources that derive more from the interbank market or from the market with market borrowing or government funding. Which kind of methodology we use to identify the bank business models? We use the cluster analysis. This method is also used in the Bank Business Model Monitor for Europe and also for other countries such as USA. And also in this case, we use in this cluster analysis 6 different balance sheet indicators. We focus on the loans to banks, debt liabilities, customer loans, trading assets, derivative exposures, and finally, the common tangible equity over total asset as control variable. We, in this document, so in the MENA and Africa countries, we don't run this cluster analysis on whole countries as a whole sample, but we run the cluster analysis on each country. This because we believe that in these MENA and Africa countries, there is not a common regulation, and therefore we think that identify the bank business model in each country could be more correct and could lead to better results. The sample is a sample of 30 countries, 17 MENA countries, and 13 other African countries, for a total of more than 500 banks. And we observed these banks during the period that spanned from 2010 up to 2019. And we have more than 4,000 bank year observation. What do we find? We find 9 different business models. 5 business models are in line with those that we observe in Europe, and in these countries we find 4 additional business models. With regard to the chart on the left, we can observe 3 business models more retail-oriented: the focused retail, the diversified retail type 1, and the diversified retail type 2. And the other 2 business models more market-oriented: the wholesale and the investment business model. The focused retail business model is the more retail-oriented business model, where the activity is more retail-oriented with a very high level of customer loans on the asset side and customer deposits on the liability side. The diversified retail type 1 although it is similar to the focus of retail, differ on the asset composition. In fact, the diversity is observed more on the asset side, with not only customer loans, but also trading assets. The diversified retail type 2 is more diversified on the liability side. In fact, we have not only customer deposits, but also debt liabilities as funding sources. Sorry. The wholesale business model is the more interbank oriented, where we can observe in the chart a very high level of bank loans. And finally, the investment banks are those more market oriented with a very high level of trading assets. With regard to the additional bank business models that we can observe on the chart on the right, we can observe that we have a focused retail type B, where we have a very high level of customer loans on the asset side, while on the liability side, the main sources is represented not by the customer deposits, but by the liability the debt liabilities. With regard to the other diversified retail business model, we can see that we have some business models that are similar to those that we observe in the first chart. What are the differences? In the case of diversified retail type 1B, we have a diversification on the asset side, but in this case, in addition to the customer loans, we have bank loans. In the diversified retail type 2B, in addition to the customer debt, customer deposits, we have equity. So in this case, it is important because the second main funding sources is represented by the equity. And finally, with the diversified retail type 3, we can observe the business models that show a very high diversification, both on the asset and liability side. And in particular, in this case, we have also a very high level of cash on the asset side. However, although we find 9 different business models, it is important to note that the most adopted business models are those that we observe also in Europe. So we have a lot of banks that adopted the focused retail, the diversified retail type 1, and investment business model. In terms of size, we have that the largest banks are those that adopt the focused retail and diversified retail type 1. And in terms of number, although we find some banks that use the focused retail B, as we can observe in this table, we have in the whole sample only 3 banks that adopted this business model. And also the banks that adopted the diversified retail type 3 are a very small numbers, only 12 banks. In terms of ownership, we distinguish among stock corporation, cooperatives, and limited liability corps. We can observe that usually we have a lot of banks that are stock corporation, and only in the diversified retail business models, we have a large number of banks that adopt the cooperative ownership. In terms of size, as I said before, the focused retail business model is adopted by largest banks. And also in terms of ownership, here we have that cooperative banks are the largest. This is a little bit strange if we compare these results with what we obtain in Europe, where we have investment banks and diversified banks that are usually the largest, and also the stock corporation that are usually the largest banks. In terms of migration, what we means with with migration. When we talk about migration, we talk about the change in the bank business model. So we observe if from time t-1 to time t, banks change their business model. We can observe that we have a very high persistence of bank business models. In fact, usually higher than the 80% of banks remain in the same business model. The exception is only when we have only one exception that is observed in the diversified retail type 3. But as I said before, in this case, we have only 12 banks. So the reason is also due to the very small number of banks that use these business models. When we look at the migration, the banks move mainly to the diversified retail type 1 and to the focused retail business model. If we look at migration in terms of total asset, also in this case, the percentage of banks of total asset that remain in the same business model is very high. We have a very low percentage in the diversified retail type 3, but this for the same reasons that I explained before. Looking at the distribution of business model across countries. As I said before, although we find 9 business models, when we look at the business models adopted in each country, we can observe that usually the diversification at country level is very small. In fact, usually we have 2, 3, or 4 business models adopted in each country, and some business models are observed only in some areas. For example, the diversified retail type 2, that is the green business model, is observed only in the MENA region with Iraq, Kuwait, and Oman. And the same is, for example, with regard to the diversified retail type 1B, that is used only in Morocco, Palestine, Syria, and Tunisia, so in the MENA regions. Here we have a table that shows the distribution of bank business model over income level area. In this case, we can observe that, for example, the focus retail B is used only in the lower middle income, although the percentage is the percentage is very small. The same is observed for the diversified retail type 2. B, that is used only in the high income and upper middle income countries. We can observe that the most common business model are always the focused retail, the diversified retail type 1, and the investment business models. Here we have the distribution of the ownership diversity. Also in this case, we can observe that the most part of banks in each country are stock corporation. And only, in some countries we have only stock corporation, while the cooperative banks are observed more in countries such as in the MENA countries, and there are some exceptions such as Angola, where we have also in this case cooperative banks. Now, with regard to the relationship between business models and some balance sheet indicators, some ratios. In this case, we can observe the evolution of the growth of customer loans, so the support to the real economy. We can observe that we have a very high level of growth of customer loans in 2014 and 2015 for some business models, such as the diversified retail type 2B and the diversified retail, the wholesale in 2014, and diversified retail type 3 in 2014, but it is negative in 2015 and also in the first year of observation. In terms of ownership structure, it is interesting to note that the cooperative banks are always, except for 2017, those that show the higher level of customer loans, the growth of customer loans. In terms of profitability, also in this case, we can observe the focus retail type B show always a negative profitability. Why? While in the other cases, we have on average a positive profitability, and in some cases, such as, for example, in the case of investment banks and wholesale banks, they have a very high level of profitability. Same results are observed in terms of return on asset, where we have a very good level of profitability for, in general, a whole business model, except accepted for the diversified retail type 3 and the focus retail B. And this is also observed when we look at the quality of credit portfolio. In fact, if we look at, for example, the focus retail type B, that in previous chart we observe a negative level of profitability, in this case we can observe very high level of non-performing loans. In the last years, the very high levels are observed also in case of diversified retail type 2B and diversified retail type 1B. Looking at the cost of risk, we can observe that there are some business models that show a very high level of cost of risk, such as in the case of diversified retail type 1B and wholesale banks during the first period between 2012 and 2013. While in the other cases, there are some business models that show very low level of loan loss provision. For example, in the case of focus retail type B, it is strange because although they show a very high level of non-performing loans, this very high level of non-performing loans don't find a correspondence in the loan loss provision, so in the cost of risk. In terms of bank stability, we can observe that we have a good bank stability for all the business models. So the zeta score that show the distance to default is very high in the case of the diversified retail type 3 banks, and also in the case of diversified retail type 1B and type 2B. The closest to default are the wholesale banks, and also in the last years, the focus retail B. In terms of ownership, the zeta score is very high for cooperatives and stock corporation banks, while we have a lower zeta score for limited liability corp. With regard to the response to the regulation, we have the leverage, the tier 1, and some other liquidity indicators. In terms of leverage, we can observe that, as we can expect, that the diversified retail type 2B and the diversified retail type 3 show the highest level. This because also when we look at the bank business model definition, these business models are those that show on the funding, on the liability side, one of the main sources of funding was the equity. In terms of tier 1 ratio, we have a very good level because in all cases, except for the investment banks, we have a tier 1 ratio higher than 10%. In some cases, such as in the diversified retail type 2B and in the focus retail type B in the first years. And finally, the diversified retail type 1B, we have a very high level of tier 1 ratio. In terms of risk appetite, so the risk density, the RWA over total assets, we can observe a very high level of risk appetite for a lot of business model, except for the diversified retail type 1B that show a very low level, especially during the period from 2015 to 2017, and also the diversified retail type 2B that show a lower level if compared to the other business models. Finally, in terms of liquidity, we have two different ratios, the net stable funding ratio and the MREL ratio. We can observe that whole business model except for the focus retail B show a net stable funding ratio higher than 100%. That is the minimum level request from Basel Accords. And finally, in terms of MREL, also in this case, we find a very high level of MREL, and the level show a positive trend. In conclusion, we find that nine business models in these countries. However, the most countries have a banking sector with a little number of business models, and the most common business models are the same observed in Europe. So the most common business model adopted are the same adopted in Europe. With regard to the size of banks, we observe that the focus retail are the largest banks, and in terms of profitability, risk, and regulatory requirements, we observe very big differences between the different kind of business models. Thank you.
Thank you, Doriana. That was a very interesting and very thorough analysis. A few aspects that have come out of your discussion is, the first thing is, how did you take into account the different structure and the different regulation and the different institutional settings, particularly when you're comparing such a diverse set of countries?
Yes, so we decided to run the analysis on each countries, and this allows us to consider the difference between the countries and the difference in terms of also the regulation on the banking sector. Only after the analysis country by countries, we start to compare the bank business model, and we try to find the similarity between the business model in terms of percentage of each business model, the percentage of the ratios that we use to measure the bank business models. So the comparison is only as the last step of our analysis.
Okay. That's very interesting. Another thing that really struck me when you were presenting your results is that some countries seem to have very little diversity, either in terms of ownership or in terms of business models, and they seem to be very concentrated in a few business models. So despite the fact that you find 9 business models, which is a lot more than the bank business model Europe Monitor shows, this is not an indicator of cross-country diversity, is an indicator that different banking systems in different countries are adopting different business models, right?
Yes, yes, because in Europe, we find 5 business models, and if we look at the European Bank Business Model Monitor, these 5 business models are adopted from in all countries that we analyze. In MENA and Africa countries, the situation is very different because although we have 9 business models, when we look at the structure of the banking system in each country, we have a very little number of business models adopted by banks. Usually we have 2 or 3 business models, and the diversity is at regional areas, okay? While if you look at the single country, we have a few business models adopted, and the diversity is very, there is a strong concentration, both in terms of ownership, where we observe that we have a lot of stock corporations, and also in terms of business model, where we have few business models, and sometimes also when we have a few business model, most banks adopt one business model, and we have a very small number of banks that adopt the other business models.
Okay, staying on the topic of ownership, one thing that you might want to consider adding to this analysis is the influence of foreign-owned banks. So in your analysis on ownership, you don't look at who the ultimate owner of a particular bank is. Do you think that could influence your results or your analysis?
Yes, I think that could be interesting to go deeper in the structure of ownership, because in this sample we have all banks. Banks are considered at country level, so we have banks that could be banks with the headquarters in these countries, or banks that have that are part of a group, and the headquarters could be in another African countries, but also in another countries out of Africa, for example, from Europe, from US, or from Asia. And this could be interesting to understand the difference in terms of business model adopted if banks are from Africa, or they are part of a group and from of an international group. Yes, could be interesting to add this part in the document.
Thank you, Doriana. Thank you, Rim, and the rest of the team that has worked on this bank business model monitor for the MENA area and Africa countries. That was very interesting. Thank you very much. Now our time is up and it's time for the next session. Thank you.
Should we start the session?
Yes,
Yeah.
please, Raja.
Go ahead. Please go ahead.
Welcome to session 2, the financial sustainability. I think connecting with the session before about the banking in the Middle East and this financial sustainability cannot be better connection to see the most important part of the financial sustainability and stability reality and how it's affecting the economy. I think the latest crisis led us to strongly give more emphasis and think more about the importance of financial sustainability for the economic growth. And is the financial sustainability the one triggering a crisis, or is it triggered or triggered by the real economy? As the financial sustainability, if it's not sustainable and there is a problem in the financial sector, does it make the crisis deeper and longer and wasting some of the country resources? I think a lot of questions regarding this one. I'm sure some of these papers which we have will answer some of them, but this is still an open question that need emphasis and more research to cover it. We are pleased tonight to have 2 excellent papers. The first paper will be about global financial crisis, COVID-19, lockdown, and herd behavior in the US ESG leader stocks. This paper will be presented by Ghulam Robani and his co-authors. I would like to invite him for 15 minutes, then we will have 10 minutes after for the discussant. Ghulam, floor is yours, please.
So thank you, Mr. Raja, for giving me the opportunity to present my research work in this prestigious forum. And I really appreciate the way the organizers have organized this conference at the wake of, this new variant of coronavirus. Real appreciation to these guys and you for conducting the session. Well, today I'm going to present on one of my core domain, which is about herding behavior in financial market, herding behavior in the investors. So this paper basically looks at how global financial crisis, how investors behave during global financial crisis, COVID-19, lockdowns, those investors who invest in the ESG stocks. This is a joint paper with my co-authors, Shoaib, he's one of my students, and the other one is the professor, my colleague at Zayed University. Here is the agenda of outline of my today's presentation. In a minute, I will briefly go through the introduction, formally called motivation behind this paper. Briefly discussing the data, I will explain the methodology which will be applied to the data to produce the results, and of course the results will be discussed to make a conclusion. All right, just to give you an idea, what is herding? Herding is basically following each other, a co-movement between the trading behavior of the traders. So jumping on the same bandwagon at the same time in the same asset, in the same direction. So many people, traders, if they buy stock A at the same time, that affects stock prices. And that is the most important for the investors, how behavior can affect the asset prices. Now, existing studies have already investigated the behavior in the investment behavior of the traders at individual level as well as at institutional level, because the traders can be individual, traders can be institutional, for instance, mutual funds, pension funds, they have a portfolio of assets. In particular assets of the portfolio, they trade too much. They move in the same direction, follow the peers, follow the gurus, and that's how the herd behavior is concluded. So both individuals and institutions have been found herding in the existing literature. Why herding is important to study? Well, herding affects supply and demand of the assets, and supply and demand in turn affects the prices of the assets. For instance, if too many investors are selling the same asset at the same time, of course, there will be too much supply, and that will affect the stock prices or asset prices. On the other side, if there is more demand, many of the traders are jumping on the bandwagon of buying the same asset. That will also affect the stock prices. And that is of worth researching for the academics and for the policymakers, because, and of course for the portfolio managers, because then they can include this information while evaluating the assets. Many of the mainstream finance journals have basically documented and published on the herding behavior in the investors, individuals, as well as institutional. Look at the big journal finance, journal banking and finance, journal corporate finance, journal of international financial market, institution and money, and many others. And what they have published in this paper is that whether herding, one aspect is to look at the herd behavior. These are the behavioral biases. So one strand of literature only looks at that, and the other one goes one step ahead and looks at whether this herd behavior or correlated trading actually affect the prices of the underlying assets. So my current research falls on the behavioral biases. So basically what I will do, I will look at the ESG stocks to see whether ESG stock investors herd or follow each other. So existing literature tells us something about whether this herd behavior is present or not present. In some of these studies related to many assets, for instance, commodity market, cryptocurrencies, agriculture commodities, stocks, bonds, many studies have documented that there is herd behavior. And on the other side, there are studies that document that herding behavior is absent in some particular markets. And literature mainly focuses that herd behavior is less prevalent in more developed market because there are less market inefficiencies there. But it is more prevalent, for instance, let's say emerging markets or developing markets where market efficiencies are high. Not only the presence and absence of the herding behavior is investigated in the existing literature, but also herding asymmetry. For instance, in certain market condition, let's say bull market condition, it is a different compared to the bearish market condition. And recently, some studies have also investigated, including myself, the herd behavior in the investors trading during COVID-19, lockdown and post-lockdowns. Herding behavior, individual as well as institutional, it could be, it is present, absent, and one final thing that I would like to mention is the herding behavior could be due to behavioral issues. For instance, I believe that one of the investors is guru. He makes very good decisions on the investment. I follow him to buy or sell the stocks. This is herd behavior. However, it could be that many sophisticated investors, they investigate, they look at the fundamentals, they investigate the financials and come to the same conclusion of buying. That is not herding. So in order to differentiate whether there is herding or there is no herding, literature has used the word intentional and spurious. If all the investors are sophisticated and come to the same conclusion through fundamental analysis, that is not herding. In other words, this herding is spurious. However, if investors really follow each other, financial gurus or some financial advisors, that is intentional herding. So I also would like to look at that herding aspect as well. Why ESG? Because there are many studies who have done herding in various markets. Why ESG? Well, ESG is an emerging alternate asset class. Many studies have documented that it has been shown safe haven properties because of regulatory focus of the governments on ESG companies, that they create value. Investors are focusing more on those companies because they create value. Those companies are supposed to create value through resources, for instance, reputation. Why? Because when the company is following legal framework, it is more popular among the investors. It is more environment friendly, social friendly, and governance is very strong. And nowadays, some studies have documented that if the companies have high ESG, it works like a protection for them. It's like an insurance. Plus, it is eco-friendly kind of stocks that are liked by the investors. And that is actually producing more and more awareness. These characteristics are producing more and more awareness in the investors, and they are tilting towards those stocks because of the sustainability and because of the green stocks. But what I'm focusing on, these are the motivational points, but two main things are the keys that have motivated us to investigate herding behavior in ESG. Number one, investors tilt. Number two, more and more focus of the academia. We wanted to contribute to that debate. So above few points are the summary, what has been happened in the existing literature that has led us to conclude these research questions. Do traders herd follow correlated trading in ESG stocks? Whether this trading is spurious or real, intentional or fundamental? Does this behavior change over different market conditions? And which one explains, if this herd behavior exists, which one explains more? Is it due to fundamental investigation or due to following each other, snubbing down its own information? Investor follow the guru and buys or sell the stocks based on the advice. What are the sources of data? Well, we looked at MSCI USA ESG Leader Index. We singled out constituents of that index and then extracted the information of those constituents from data stream WARDs. Our data spans over 2007 to 2020 September. We covered GFC, global financial crisis, and we covered COVID period until 30th of September 2020. Here is the methodology. So CAPM says that if there is a positive and linear relationship between the market returns and market cross-sectional deviation. If this relationship is affected, it's not linear. There could be possibility that instead of increasing, it could decrease. And in extreme cases, it could be negative. So in order to capture this non-linear trend or behavior in this equation, well, a new term has been introduced by Chang et al., Chiang, and many big studies published in Journal of Finance, Journal of Banking and Finance, and many other prestigious journals, where this is the RMT square is the term that captures actually non-linear behavior between the cross-sectional deviation and the returns. And if this beta 2 is a negative and significant, that shows that there is herd behavior, average herd behavior in the investors trading. And if it is significantly positive, it means they believe in their own fundamental analysis and don't follow each other. Other equations, because Arjun et al. Documented that if the data frequency is really high, it might aggravate the serial correlation. To capture or to control for that serial correlation, the lag term they introduced the lag term of the cross-sectional deviation into this model, this herding model. And then other studies, and we actually did that, we looked at whether cross-sectional deviation is explained by the Pama-Fresh 5-factor model. This is, and in this model, when we estimate that model, the error term actually shows intentional herding. So this is intentional herding. So cross-sectional deviation, standard deviation, total, it can be divided into two parts, which is one is explained by fundamentals and other non-fundamental. This non-fundamental is intentional herding, and the fundamental is the spurious herding. Then we also looked at the up and down market herding by introducing dummy variables, and of course we also introduced dummy variable for the crisis as well as COVID. Here are the results. So one can easily see that the behavior of the cross-sectional deviation and the portfolio return is different in global financial crisis and COVID-19 compared to the full sample. So not only the standard deviation is different, but also skewness and kurtosis is different. And big values of the bigger lags already shows that there are market inefficiencies, price inefficiencies in the market, and all our series are stationary as provided by augmented Dickey-Fuller test results. So here are our first results. We looked at whether there is herding in ESG stock traders at overall level. So negative coefficient, significantly, statistically significant negative coefficient shows that not only herding is present at overall level, but it is mainly driven by the intentional motives, less the fundamental.
Ghulam, would you please try to conclude in 1 minute, because the time already over. We have 4 papers.
It will be done. So if you look at the bull market and bear market, if you compare that, we found that in bull market and bear market, herding is present, but in bull market, it is explained more by the intentional factor compared to the bear market. We also looked at the global financial crisis, whether herding was present during that time. Yes, it is present during that time. And again, it is mainly driven by or explained by the intentional motives rather than the fundamental analysis. And finally, we looked at the herding behavior during COVID-19, lockdown, post-lockdown, and we have seen that in even COVID-19, almost all the herding behavior is driven by the intentional factor, where during the lockdown, it is more prominent compared to the post-lockdown period. And that leads us to conclude the following points. We found significant evidence of herd behavior in ESG stock market, which is asymmetric during up and down market regimes, as well as across intentional and fundamental dimensions. We also found significant evidence of herd investing during COVID-19 period, lockdown and post-lockdown periods, and the herding is mainly driven by the intentional motives and not due to the investors' decisions based on fundamentals. That's all from my side. Thank you so much for being patient. If there is any question, I will be happy to answer.
Thank you so much, Ghulam, for your presentation. Now, I'll give the floor to the discussant, Sandra Chalita. You have 10 minutes. Unmute. Sandra, unmute.
Okay, do you hear me?
Okay,
hello,
yes.
everyone. So thank you for this presentation. I will try to be as brief as possible. I'm very glad to discuss this paper today at this conference and to see all of the colleagues. So I'm gonna summarize the paper and try to have some few comments. So basically, maybe I will not spend a lot of time on summarizing, but we are trying to study the herding behavior in the US ESG stocks between 2007 and 2020. That includes the global financial crisis, the pandemic, and the lockdown. And the findings show significant herding behavior. Herd effect is present in bear and bull markets, and they find the herding behavior during all of the crisis. And the main implications that were mentioned are the asset mispricing, the adversely affecting portfolio diversification, and adding to the market inefficiency that are a result of herding in such stocks. So basically, the contribution of the paper is quite clear, especially now after the pandemic. A lot of papers in finance were published on the impact of the COVID crisis on the markets, on the different markets, oil markets and others. And it's interesting to focus and to see the ESG, the herding in the ESG stocks. So here I just try to see what are the contributions. Basically, it's a first paper that studied ESG stocks herding during the COVID. They find that there's an intentional impact on the herding. There's no variation between the bull and bear market, and it can be driven by intentional motives. Basically, my comments are the following. The topic is interesting, and especially with the increasing interest on the ESG stocks from all types of investors and also from academics. And also herd investing and all the literature on behavioral finance is also a hot topic. And I think it's good for publishing. Such topics are good for publishing. So the paper is clear and well written. Maybe you might add in the conclusion some limits and further research part that can be of added value. Some few questions or comments on the paper. In the paper, we show that herding can be fundamental or intentional, which is the literature what shows it. But basically, what did you find that how did you find the intentional factors that are substantially characterizing the herding? Especially, like my question is regarding, because since we are specifying, we are working on the ESG stocks, it's not only like we are taking a subsample that are within a list of ESG stocks, but we are interested on the extra financial factors. So do we include in the fundamental value of the company some ESG factors? Is it included in the fundamental of value of the stock? And I tried to see the list of the MSI USA ESG index components. And basically I saw big established firms such as Microsoft, Tesla in this list. So to what extent the fact that we can attribute the characteristic to the fact that they are ESG, they have high ESG scores. So how can we basically show this? And what about the impact of the changes in the ESG scores? Because do we have a ranking? Does this factor of being the rate of the ESG, does it have an impact basically on this behavior? And maybe some suggestions. It would be interesting to do the analysis on two categories of ESG stocks. With high ESG scores and low ESG scores, in order to see if there's a difference, a real difference between if the ESG score has an impact, and maybe rerun the analysis to try to see what can be a driver for more or less herding behavior. Is it the E, the S, or the G? So the environmental factor, the social factor, or the governance factor. I think you can get the ESG scores for these companies from some databases. So it can be interesting to include these factors in the analysis. Thank you, and I hope I respected my time.
You do. Thank you so much, Sandra. It's an excellent point's been raised, and I'm sure Ghulam and his co-authors will be able to benefit from. So Ghulam, you have a few minutes if you want to respond.
Sure. Thank you.
Please.
First of all, thank you, Mr. Raja, and especially Sandra, for giving such a nice comments to improve the quality of our paper. Actually, we did not look at the ESG scores. So in all the markets, what they have already done is they have singled out the ESG leader stock. What does it mean? They have constructed an index, and in that index, only those companies are included which are already ESG leaders. That is why they are called ESG leader stocks. So we don't need to go to E component, S component, or G component. They already are among, they have specific criteria to include those companies, ESG companies, into those indices. That is why instead of calculating or getting the data about ESG by ourselves, we focused on already best companies. And because they are best, of course, they are more attracted by the investors. And if they are attracted by the investors, do investors really make some fundamental decisions, or they just look at the properties of the stocks and follow each other? Or they follow the gurus, or some advisor tells, okay, this stock is good, they follow that one. So that was our main focus. So I think by looking, taking the sample of the index, which is already well chosen by the regulators and the policymakers, that avoids us to look at the components of ESG separately. That is the first question. Second, how can you include the fundamentals? Well, there is already established research on that. So what we did, we looked at the fundamentals. We calculated the fundamentals using Fama-French factors. We calculated the factors of these, all these stocks, and then we run the regressions of total cross-sectional deviation on these fundamentals, right? And then we get the cross-sectional deviation predicted values. So we subtracted the predicted values from the cross-sectional, original cross-sectional deviation, and this is how we got the intentional component. That is basically error component, and that is how we define the intentional herding, which is not explained by the fundamentals.
Thanks, Ghulam, for your response. And now we will move very quick to the second paper. Second paper will be about exploring the interrelationship among asset ownership, financial inclusion, and subjective well-being evidence from South Africa. It will be presented by Krueger. Floor is yours. You have 15 minutes. Please. Unmute, please. Unmute.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Excellent, we hear you.
All right, okay.
Thank
so my presentation is as follows. I will begin with the background and go through the theory, empirical review, and then just briefly outline the directions for future research. So Sustainable Development Goal 1 seeks to end poverty by the year 2030. And one of the strategies is to increase asset accumulation, improve health, consumption smoothing, amongst other. This is the realization is that income transfer, such as social grants, is inadequate to reduce poverty. So therefore, as a means to increase asset holding amongst individuals, there have been asset building programs that seek to increase asset holding through savings and insurance, but they're not credit oriented. Now, policies as well, such as financial inclusion, enable asset accumulation through improving formal access and use of savings and insurance. And some evidence has shown that in previous literature. So in this context, assets are defined as the stock of physical wealth that are possessed by a consumer. And according to the institutional theory of saving, one needs institutional support through structured savings, which could help in accumulating assets. So this could be through having rules and incentives amongst social groups. So the rationale is that individuals cannot save alone, which warrants institutional support, according to Sheridan, 1991. On the other hand, insurance might not directly have an influence on asset accumulation, but through reducing reliance on selling assets to cope with negative shocks, might avert asset depletion amongst consumers, therefore enabling increase in asset holding. So recent evidence has also shown, on the other hand, that by fulfilling the SDG 1, that of poverty eradication could also be positively related to subjective well-being. In other words, in this context, subjective well-being is the cognitive well-being which is associated with life satisfaction and happiness based on one's judgment of life against their expectations and aspirations. Now, turning to the needs theory, by fulfilling material needs, which are fundamental to humans, it could also contribute to higher subjective well-being. And social comparison theory assesses that consumers' subjective well-being is influenced by a subjective comparison of their material wealth against their peers. That is to say, if they are to draw a comparison against their peers and find that they've got better material wealth, they could have higher subjective well-being. On the other hand, we see that the needs theory suggests that by fulfilling security needs, such as financial security, say for instance, one has got savings, knows that they've got savings, or insurance, it enhances their subjective well-being because they have some form of financial security. Having that financial security in the event of any adversity will enhance one's subjective well-being. Okay, so now I draw your attention to the empirical studies. We see that a study by Johnson and Carter found that those that were uninsured had lower assets relative to those that were insured. Now, turning to a study in South Africa, we see that asset accumulation was positively impacted by savings and insurance, but though more pronounced amongst the poor. A similar study in Nigeria concluded that households that were in rotating savings and credit associations, ROSCA, had higher asset holding in comparison to those that were not part of those ROSCAs. Now, due to time, I won't go through every study. Now, there's another strand of literature which has investigated the impact of asset ownership on subjective well-being. And we see that by a study by Ruberton et al. In the UK found that impact of savings on life satisfaction was mediated by perceived financial well-being. That is to say that, well, those that had higher savings had higher life satisfaction, but it was mediated by financial well-being. Okay. In the US, Krueger and Padilla found that unmarried mothers with access to liquid assets, in this study, they were liquid assets was denoted savings, had 61% higher odds of being satisfied with life, as opposed to those that did not have any liquid assets. Now, in China, it was seen that family composition and presence of children, though, moderated the positive impact of home ownership on subjective well-being. In other words, while home ownership increased subjective well-being of consumers, family composition had a moderating impact. Okay. In Europe, we see that car ownership positively impacted subjective well-being, according to a study by Brulé et al. Okay. Now, so we can see generally that there has been a positive impact of asset ownership on subjective well-being, and we've seen also that participating in asset building programs also increased asset ownership. For instance, if one had savings or insurance, it had a positive impact on asset ownership. Now, however, studies, to the best of my knowledge, have not examined how financial inclusion on the basis of savings and insurance improves asset ownership and in turn ameliorates consumers' subjective well-being. So therefore, this informs the objective of the study to examine whether financial inclusion, as measured by savings and insurance, improves asset ownership and in turn subjective well-being. So to put it differently, how will financial inclusion indirectly influence subjective well-being through the impact on asset ownership? So this will be the empirical model that I seek to investigate. Firstly, is to investigate whether financial inclusion has an impact on subjective well-being, whether this actually financial inclusion will have a positive impact on asset ownership and in turn increase subjective well-being, then controlling for covariates of subjective well-being. Okay, now turning to the data and sample, due to the dictates of data availability, this study employed data from a survey conducted by Finmac Trust of South Africa in 2015. I must say that this study has, these surveys have been conducted on an annual basis from the year 2014 to currently 2019. But for the purposes of this study, the variables were only available in the 2015 survey data. So that's why I had restricted the focus to the 2015 survey data. Okay, so these were the various variables that were included in the study, but I must just draw your attention to how subjective well-being was measured. It was a binary variable to the question, I am satisfied with my life, yes or no. And then I constructed an asset index based on 22 items, or physical household items. And insurance, because consumers tend to be informally and formally financially included, I then also measured one's ownership of insurance in both formal and informal sectors, as well as savings, formally and informally saving. So the rest are the other covariates of subjective well-being, which include age, gender, religion, financial vulnerability, and financial literacy. Okay. Now, to compute the asset index, I employed the multiple correspondence analysis because of the binary nature of the constituent variables. Otherwise, principal component analysis would have been appropriate if the constituent items were continuous. So this was the equation that was employed to compute the asset index. But I won't dwell much on it due to time. Now, to assess how insurance or savings could influence asset ownership and then in turn subjective well-being, this was the model represented in equation 1 and equation 2 that was estimated simultaneously, where the dependent variable in equation 1 was the asset index, and then the financial inclusion was the key independent variable. Then in equation 2, subjective well-being was the dependent variable controlling for both asset and financial inclusion and other covariates. Now, to achieve this, and I must also draw your attention to this model because in the paper I submitted, I used a different model, but upon other discussion with other colleagues, it was seen that a partial least squares path model would have been more appropriate. So for causal prediction, an explanatory model such as partial least squares path modeling would be appropriate in this study. And also one of the motivations that it also does not have data distribution restrictions as opposed to a covariance-based structuring equation modeling. Now, so I endeavor to assess, to investigate the indirect impact and the direct effect and also the total effect. Now, A and B, these are the coefficients from the previous equation. And I'll just go back to the previous slide for clarity. A being the coefficient of financial inclusion in equation 1, and B being the coefficient of assets, and C being the coefficient of financial inclusion in equation 2. Okay, so now full mediation would have been in a situation where there was a direct effect on insurance or savings on subjective well-being, but the indirect effect on subjective well-being being statistically significant. Okay, I'll quickly go to the results. So the descriptive statistics show that there was a statistically significant difference between those that were insured and those that were not insured, and those that had saved and those that were not saved. So we see those that had savings and insurance at higher asset ownership, which was statistically significant at the 1% level. I won't bore you with this for now, but I'll go straight to the partial least squares path model results. So we see that, as highlighted in the slide, asset ownership had a positive impact on subjective well-being, and then insurance had a positive impact again on asset ownership. But insurance did not have any statistically significant impact on subjective well-being. And we see other covariates having some influence on subjective well-being, such as age, impulsivity, and religion. Okay. Now, turning to the indirect effects, we see that insurance had a positive indirect effect on subjective well-being. In other words, insurance could increase asset ownership and in turn increase subjective well-being. And this was statistically significant at the 1% level. And however, the model seemed to have weak explanatory power since it only explained 10% of the variation. And there was also no presence of multicollinearities given the variance inflation effect of 1.57, which is less than the threshold of 3. Then I'll turn on to the savings model. We see that increased subjective well-being as indicated by the positive coefficient, path coefficient, but this was at the 5% level. Then we see savings increasing asset ownership at the 1% level, as indicated by the positive slope coefficient. And turning again to savings, we see that savings did not have a positive impact or negative impact rather on subjective well-being. So what do these results show? We see that there was a positive indirect impact of savings on subjective well-being through its influence on asset ownership. Again, we see that the adjusted R squared was less than 0.1 or 10%, which showed that the model had relatively low weak explanatory power. Despite that, there was no presence of multicollinearity, as indicated by the VIF, which was less than 3. So these results, insurance and savings, considering that savings did not have, or insurance did not have a direct impact on subjective well-being, but had a significant effect, indirect effect. It shows that there was a full mediation of savings and insurance on the subjective well-being of consumers through asset ownership. So what would be the policy implications that one could draw from this? So social policymakers in South Africa ought to move beyond income transfer to inclusive asset building programs, which are anchored on universal financial inclusion, as it has an indirect positive ramification on consumers' subjective well-being. This is pertinent since South Africa has life satisfaction average score of 4.7 as compared to OECD, which has 6.5 on a scale of 0.10. So if South Africa would also want to improve the life satisfaction of its consumers, it could also adopt these asset building programs as a conduit of enhancing consumers' life satisfaction. And this is important as well because consumer subjective well-being increases productivity and innovation, which contributes to high economic growth. So such social policymakers in developing countries could encourage asset building programs through insurance and savings channels with the macroeconomic consideration in mind. The study is not without its limitations. According to Dina et al., cultural norms could mediate the relationship between material wealth and subjective well-being, but this was not controlled for. So future studies could examine whether culture could moderate the financial inclusion, asset ownership, and subjective relationship in a maybe cross-country setup. And the other weakness based on the data unavailability in other years, maybe future studies could pull data from different years if data becomes more available for these variables that were included in the study. Thank you.
Thank you, Kodwash, for your presentation. I appreciate. Now the floor for Ms. Shaban. You have 10 minutes. The floor is yours, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we do.
Let me just share my screen, please. Can you see the screen?
Not yet.
Not yet. I think it's frozen.
I will expose your presentation if you want, Mais.
Yes, please, Sandra. Thank you. I can't even stop sharing. It's completely frozen.
And the problem, I start to count time against you.
Oh. Okay.
I think you've been frozen yourself. Okay. Screen been shared. That's good. I think we lost her. We will share. I think there is a problem in here, connections. So we will wait a minute for her to come back.
I think there is a question from Reem.
Okay, yes, that's good. So let's, Kodwash, you can answer the Reem question. It's, I think, in the chat. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much for that question. Well, in my reading, I've not really come across literature that speaks to the gendered perspective of asset building, though there were findings that showed that women benefited from such programs, but there isn't any specific theoretical reasoning behind it. It was mere an empirical finding. I cannot recall from the top of my head which paper it was, but I recall having seen such a paper. Actually, it was a study based in Kenya. Yes.
Thank you. I think we might move to the third paper. And once Mice come back, we will give her the floor after the third paper to not lose time and just wait. So the third paper will be about when capital falls to pieces, public investment and the role of private capital stock. This paper by Rebecca Mary.
Yes.
You have 15 minutes, please.
Thank you very much. I will share the screen.
Okay.
Okay. So, just. Good. So I will start with a short introduction of the question, of the research question, followed by a discussion of the empirical strategy and the econometric identification used. And later on, I will shortly discuss the data, followed by the results and the main conclusions. So this paper contributes to the long-standing question of whether public investment interventions are effective in fostering local economic development and which interventions are best for different contexts. In particular, I aim to investigate in this paper the role of private capital stock over the impact public investment has on local economic development of the private sector. The case study is set up in northern Italy in the period spanning in between 2007 and 2017. Just briefly to mention the main literature it refers to and to understand the theoretical dynamics underlying the drivers of the research question. Private capital stock has been found to determine the rate of utilization of a public capital stock. In a sense, a private capital stock of firms and so on determines, for instance, the rate of usage of roads or other type of transport infrastructures that governments may decide to build. At the same time, private capital stock also works in credit markets as collateral, so can be leveraged as collateral to access investment financing. So it's this double role that I will investigate in the paper. But first of all, the empirical strategy is inspired by the fact that it's notably difficult to empirically estimate the impact of private capital stock for two main reasons. The first one is data. There is generally a lack of data and substantial measurement difficulties for capital stocks, as they imply also not just an assessment of the flows, but also an assessment of the rate of depreciation of the existing stock and so on. So it's generally difficult to measure and very difficult to come by data that accurately measures it. And on the other side, there is also a substantial problem of endogeneity, insofar as a private capital stock is strongly correlated with a broader economic development, access to credit, institutional quality, public sector's investment strategy experience, private wealth, and all other factors that eventually can affect the mechanisms that we are going to try to understand in this paper, which is essentially one could say the fiscal multiplier coming from public investment. Okay. So in this paper, the main research question is to study the elasticity of private business outcomes to public investment by private capital endowment. And a quasi-experimental approach is adopted, and the northern Italy earthquake is exploited as a source of distraction of physical private capital. So you can see where the earthquake was mostly located in 2012, and it affected municipalities located in 3 northern Italian regions that are characterized by quite elevated levels of private capital stock in general. An earthquake, so in a high capital region, generates especially exogenous reduction in private capital stock within the same transportation network. And I will later on discuss why this is so important, this assumption. So the two, just as a bit of a background, these two seismic shocks were of epicentral magnitude of 6.1 and 5.9. They generated dramatic human and economic loss, particularly at the epicenter, where people died and a substantial number of private housing units also got damaged. The state intervened with emergency funding and covered basically damages for all the municipalities that were affected by seismic intensity above 6.1. So essentially all the municipalities that you see over here in kind of shaded in from pink to darker red. So this generates the destruction to private capital. But what is most interesting in this identification is that, of course, we don't want to kind of subject the findings of this paper identification to epicenter dynamics. So substantial destruction of transport networks, of the whole economic system, and at the same time also relocation. But we are interested essentially in disentangling marginal destruction of physical private capital. And this can be done through the existence of discontinuity, essentially, in the relationship between seismic intensity and damages. This discontinuity comes from civil engineering literature, and over here has been actually validated through data that comes from the real estate damages claims following the earthquakes. So this threshold determines the threshold in the destruction of physical private capital, and essentially allows us to compare municipalities that are located nearby to each other, but with different levels of capital stock following the shock, where the ones below the threshold, our control municipalities, are still characterized by high levels of capital stock, while the ones above are characterized later by low levels of capital stock. The rationality of this threshold is also to be understood in a sense of also stress testing of residential and real estate buildings in which they can bear a certain shock, but beyond that certain shock, you start having cracks on the walls that are of a structural nature and the building cannot be used anymore. was instead below that, it's mostly just cosmetic, let's say. So what is important, though, is also to understand what happens at the level of public capital. And this is where the assumption regarding transportation network kicks in. In fact, we know that public capital has generally a network effect, in a sense that building a certain bridge in a municipality does not benefit just that municipality, but also the other municipalities that are connected to that and use that in their transportation and the regular transportation. In Italy, transport networks are organized at provincial level. That's 3 regions, which, as you can see, are these regions in the light blue from the map here. And the assumption is that if we consider a sufficiently small estimation bandwidth and within the same public capital network hub, the treatment and control groups of the municipality should differ only in the levels of private capital after the shock and not in the level of public capital. So the idea is to consider this bandwidth around the threshold and to where we have the treatment municipalities, the one that experience more substantial private capital destruction, and the control municipalities below. So the outcome variables of interest are private investment, employment, and business generation at municipality level from the private sector, from private sector firms, where they are compared before and after the shock. The period pre-shock goes from 2007 to 2011, and the post-shock period from 2013 to 2017, so excluding the 2012, which is the year of the shock. And we compare the impact of public investment on these outcome variables before and after the shock across treatment status. 2 types of public investments are in particular investigated: public transport investment and subsidies for private investment. So just to understand, on a kind of econometric design, the right-hand side variables are treatment status, interactive with the time dummy, public investment flows, and distance from the destruction threshold, that, as you would have in a model like this. So a non-parametric model with estimation bandwidth around the threshold in this type of a spatial discontinuity design. Standard errors are clustered at municipality. So looking at the table of means, we can see that first of all, like all the municipalities that we're looking at, the ones across the treatment and control group, were both eligible to claim for reconstruction funding in the same way. So there was no difference in eligibility. And we ran some checks also to see that previously to the shock, prior to the shock, they were also very similar. And indeed, this table of means confirms that there was no significant difference in the characteristics between the treatment and control groups of the municipalities before the seismic shock. So also the levels of kind of public works per square meter, per square kilometers that were being done in those municipalities was similar, suggesting that also maintenance of the municipalities was now similar. There was no higher likelihood of destruction in one municipality than the other. So that the results are not driven by that, but by effectively different strength of the earthquake and this discontinuity. Okay. So regarding the data, the data, this paper uses a novel data set that has been built integrating different data sources. Data sources for public investment come from Italy's public procurement database, OpenCup, which contains project level detail of any kind of public investment carried out by the state. And so this allows to compute the total amount of public investment at municipality level by nature and year of completion. Then private business outcomes comes from business registers, structural business statistics, and territorial national accounts. And then finally, seismic data is obtained from the parametric catalog of Italian earthquakes. And then an attenuation law model is used to estimate the intensity at municipality level for those earthquakes. So looking at the results, starting from the impact private capital stock as essentially the return to public investment in transport infrastructure on private business outcomes. First, looking at what the theory would suggest. Theory would suggest that a seismic shock reduces private capital stock more in the treaty municipalities, so in the one that experience more destruction. And therefore, private capital demand for public capital decreases more in those municipalities, leading to a lower utilization rate of the public capital available and lower complementarity over private productivity from public investment in transport infrastructure. Empirically, the results go in that direction, and indeed it is estimated that a 1% lower private capital stock level is associated with a decrease in the effectiveness of an additional 1% in public transport investments in every province over private employment and net business generation. The results on gross fixed capital formation is again negative, but is insignificant. Looking instead at the impact it has on the elasticity to public subsidies for private production investments, when private capital investment is debt financed, an investment subsidy reduces the amount of debt service associated to the loan. So the lower is the pre-subsidy capital stock level, the larger would be the impact of subsidies on investment. With the treatment municipalities, therefore, should experience larger benefits from investment subsidies, according to theory. And again, also the results go in this direction, and every 1 percentage point of lower private capital stock is associated to a 0.5% increase in the effectiveness of an additional 1% in investment incentives for employment and 1% increase for gross fixed capital investment. The outcome instead on net business creation is estimated to be positive but insignificant. The opposite results are actually obtained if we instead look, for instance, at public subsidies for investment in R&D. As indeed, in the case of R&D, you need support from pre-existing private capital to make it more likely to succeed, and that's why we understand the different relationship. So overall, looking at the conclusions, this paper presents earthquake shocks as a possible tool to solve for the endogeneity that we generally face when looking at changes in capital stocks and trying to understand the causal estimates deriving from that. And also this paper finds that direct public investments in transport infrastructure show a higher return in terms of private employment and investment in areas with higher private capital stock complementary to public investments, whilst investment incentives for production show returns inversely related to the level of capital stocks. The results therefore suggest the importance of pairing infrastructure investments in low private capital areas with subsidies for private investment in order to support the development of private capital and increase the returns to infrastructural investments. Any questions? You can ask me now, or you can reach me on my email.
Thank you, Rebecca, for this presentation. Now the floor for Professor Najat. 10 minutes, and we'll come back to you, May, after we finish.
Sure, thank you.
Unmute yourself, please. Najat.
Yes, thank you, Raja. Okay. It's very nice to see you. It's very nice to see all of you. And
thank you.
And I'm very happy to participate at EMNES conference and to discuss Rebecca paper. So I try to share my slide. Appreciate. No. Is it okay? Do you see my slide? Yeah. Raja?
Yes. Yes. Good. Yes.
Excellent. Okay. So thank you, Rebecca, for your presentation. It's a very clear presentation. So in this paper, you try to analyze the interaction regarding private capital and public investment to evaluate their impact on local economic development. So you question their capacity to promote local economic development, and you analyze, and you're doing an empirical, quite deep empirical analysis by considering northern Italy between 2007 and 2017. And so I really liked your paper. It's very nice. You are conducting a nice empirical methodology and analysis, and the data set that you have considered, it's a very good one, and with different sources. So the model, the growth model that you consider is a growth model with a public investment, and you take this public investment as a stock, and you consider private and public capital. The data that you consider, it's quite innovative data sets about municipality level, and it's micro data from at least 5 sources. So the empirical evaluation that the methodology that you have considered for your empirical evaluation is regression discontinuity design to evaluate the exogenous shock to private capital, and you consider specifically the 2002 earthquake in north of Italy as exogenous shock on the private capital stocks. And I have some questions and comments about the theoretical model that you take into account. So I would like to have some precision about your equation, and you consider this law of motion in your model. So it's the first equation, and the factor shares of public and private capital in your model. Is it considered by the fee variable? So I don't really understand what does phi present in your equation. So if you look at the second equation that was developed in the Bucci model in 2002, so you can see that in this model, so you have this second term with the variable phi with k and g with the public capital. So with this second equation, you can quietly well evaluate the factor of proportionality between the two kinds of investment, public and private. So because phi in this second equation represents the private capital investment. So I would like to exchange with you about the law of motion for public capital that you have considered in your model. And also there is one point. So you are working on this subject about the impact of public investment. And I didn't see in your paper the contribution of Barrow model, which is the seminal contribution in this area. About your empirical estimates, and specifically about the non-parametric model specified in equation 1, it will be nice to have some description or statistic about the different variables that you are using in your paper, public investment, private investment, and so on. And there is no statistic or a deep description about the different variables that you have considered. And also about the municipality. So you have quite heterogeneity about the number of municipality, going from 36 to 189. What about this population size of municipalities? Maybe you did a previous analysis considering these kind of variables. I would like to know if you did it or not. And about the empirical estimate in the second part, you find no significant difference between the treated and the control municipality group. it's the result that you have in the table 4. And it will be nice to discuss this result. And is it possible that this result can reflect the time constraint? And it will be nice also to discuss also the access to credit. So how long does it take to have an access to credit in this region in Italy? And also how long does it take for a municipality to develop their infrastructure? And also what about the energy use and also the pollution? So maybe it could also explain or have an effect in your estimate. So thank you. It's the main comment that I have on your paper.
Thank you so much, Najat, for this comment. Rebecca, you have 5 minutes to respond, please.
Thank you very much. Let me share again, as I had put some slides on the theoretical model, as I thought that there might have been questions on this. So thank you very much for all your questions. I will try to address as many points as possible. So regarding the theoretical model and the equations, the law of motion that you were referring to is included here as well. The way I thought about the law of motion was kind of individual for the different types of public investment. So unlike the one that you mentioned, does not include, so when GT is only for the public capital stock and only includes dynamics from the public capital stock. And phi t in this case is just a random shock in time that can affect the stock, as in this case could be, for instance, the seismic shock that leads to a depletion of the stock size. But I have not interacted the different investment flow, the different capital stocks across public and private. But it's definitely something worth exploring that I was not aware of. So thank you. For what concerns instead the population size of municipalities, in my data, I had done some adjustments, as for instance, I exclude from the analysis some big cities that were affected by the earthquakes to ensure that the kind of cities that compose both the treatment and the control group are of a similar size. And we're talking generally about small, medium-sized towns. That's generally the kind of municipality size observed in the sample. And I ran also some checks to ensure, for instance, that the population growth evolution does not significantly change across the threshold across the year of the shocks, basically, right? So to check that human capital is not affected across the threshold, as that could have biased my results as well. For what concerns instead the construction of infrastructure and the general timeline related to that, in Italy, it takes, looking at this a public procurement database where I have information on when the projects are started and when they're ended. It takes approximately from 4 to 5 years to end public infrastructure projects. And this, the use of only closed public investments, so those recorded as completed, and the use of completed public investment projects as our public investment flow in the paper ensures also kind of the unconditionality of the public investment decision related to the shock, as effectively in the window that I'm looking after the shock, they're all projects that were approved before the shock. It just took, 3, 4, 5 years to just get completed. So this ensures also the exogeneity in that respect. And for what concerns the absence of significant difference, definitely the time constraint could be an issue, as I'm looking at relatively small windows, so short to medium term effects, but possibly looking at the longer term effects could have been more helpful. The main barrier was that I didn't have enough of a length, an equal length of data pre-shock. So 2007 was very much the earliest that I could get the data from. Yeah, and access to credit, actually, tomorrow I will be presenting another paper that links actually to that as I explore the impact of post-earthquake subsidies on access to credit in these municipalities and the eventual impact on investment. So yeah, I will be talking more about that tomorrow.
Okay,
thank
you,
you.
Rebecca.
Thanks, Rebecca. Thanks, Najat. Now we'll come back to you, Mais. Please,
Hi.
10 minutes.
Yes, I'm very sorry about the technical problem. And Sandra, can you kindly share my presentation? I don't want to risk it.
1 second.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. So first of all, thank you for inviting me to discuss this very interesting paper on exploring the interrelationship among asset ownership, financial inclusion, and subjective well-being, evidence from South Africa. So next, please. I will start with an overview or a summary of the paper briefly. So the paper's main research question, or it tries to investigate whether financial inclusion measured as savings and insurance could increase asset ownership and in turn positively impact subjective well-being of consumers. And this is linked to SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, particularly ending poverty, which includes the aspect of improvement in asset accumulation, in addition to enhancing well-being. So the main contribution is to extend the asset building, how this in turn influences consumers' subjective well-being. So for data and methodology, this study employed data from survey in South Africa. For the year 2015, they had a number of observations considered are about 1,847. In terms of methodology, the authors employ a three-step mediation approach, and this analysis was conducted using instrumental variable regression. At least in the version that I read. Now the author is also discussing a newer version, which could, some of the comments might not be still valid. So, but the important thing about this method is to mitigate endogeneity and reverse causality concerns. In terms of the results, so the study presents evidence that insurance and savings increase asset ownership and in turn positively impact subjective well-being. That's the logic behind it, is that insurance helps poorer households to rely less on selling their assets to cope with negative shocks, which contributes to better subjective well-being. And institutionalized saving programs might help also consumers in accumulating assets, which increases subjective well-being through enhancing self-esteem and fulfilling physiological needs, which it provides evidence for the needs theory and the social comparison theory. So the study recommends policymakers to, sorry, the previous one. to encourage asset building programs through insurance and savings, and this will improve subjective well-being, economic growth, and productivity and innovation. Now for the comments, first I will start with some brief comments. So it's a very interesting paper, well written, easy to understand, and there is a clear contribution in terms of the impact of financial inclusion on subjective well-being, which emphasizes that financial inclusion is actually an important pillar for achieving sustainable development goals. What's really interesting is that the authors build 5 different indices using the data they have. So they build this asset index, which is the main one, financial literacy, well-being index, religiosity, and recreation. I think this could be highlighted more in the discussion and descriptive in the paper, because I think it's a very good contribution. And they have an important policy implication relating to encouraging asset building programs. Next, please. So a few suggestions. I think access to credit is an important measure or indicator of financial inclusion. So it would be interesting to include access to credit, or if you decide not to include it, at least motivate the reasons why you're not including it as a measure of financial inclusion. I also suggest to check the differences in the results, comparing formal and informal financial services. Now, I'm not sure if your data set includes this differential. Maybe you only have savings in general in both formal and informal, but if you have it categorized, it might be interesting to see if there are any differences. Another point is the constructed well-being index that you construct in the paper, and you include it as an independent variable in the equation. I think it can also, in an additional test, it could be a dependent variable, and see or examine the differences between subjective well-being and the well-being index constructed. In fact, the following comment you clarify today in your presentation, which is the role of asset building programs in supporting structured savings as opposed to individual savings. But maybe highlight this in the paper a little more. And the comment afterwards as well, you have it now in the new version, I think, the difference in means test for the descriptive statistics. I only wanted to ask about the impact of formal employment on asset accumulation. How do you explain this negative relationship? It's a bit counterintuitive to think of formal employment as negatively impacting asset ownership. That's it for me. Thank you very much. And sorry again for the technical problems.
No problem, Ais. Thank you so much for your comment. Kodouaj would like to reply for these comments. Few minutes.
Oh, thank you very much to the discussant. I appreciate the comments and the compliments as well. So regarding well-being as a dependent variable, how the well-being index was measured is one's ability to afford food, medical expenses, electricity, having energy, and so forth. So this actually has an influence on subjective well-being of consumers. And then that of informal versus formal insurance, formal versus informal insurance. So that's 5 combined both formal and informal for the mere reason that most consumers use a hybrid of both formal and informal financial services. but I will try and find a way to disaggregate if possible. Anyway, okay. And then the difference in means, okay, I had to do that because also some colleagues have suggested that. That of employment, oh no, before I go to employment, you touched on credit. Why I've not included. So you realize that asset building programs are not credit oriented based on this, the literature. They are trying to encourage households not to rely much on credit because, in some instances, credit providers end up, households end up being more indebted, and it doesn't really enhance their welfare. Okay, and then about formal, I also found that to be counterintuitive, as you said. I was just trying to report the results as they are. I didn't know how best I could go about it. Yes. You did mention something which I was also thinking we're going to mention about omission of missing variables and so on and so forth, how I would have treated missing variables. So what I did, maybe because you're thinking the number of respondents were 5,000, yet in the results I report observations of almost 1,800 something, is because where respondents replied NA or don't know in some of the questions in the indices that I constructed or in other parts of the survey, I had to treat those variables as missing. I do have another problem that I'm facing at the moment is the savings variable. Out of 5,000 respondents, only 2,298 responded, and some say don't know when they were responding to the question on savings. So I had to also treat that as missing, which then reduced the number to 1,802. Now, will the results be, there must be econometricians here. Will the results be reliable if I'm to use 1,802 observations with relatively large sample size? It's only that it's way lower than the number of total respondents in the survey. How do I go about that?
Okay, thank you, Kodwash and Mais for the presentation and the discussant. Now we would like to move to the last but not the least paper, which is about exogenous versus endogenous obstacles to funding female entrepreneurs in MENA countries. This will be presented by Amin Bergioja and Philip Adair. Does it look like, Philip, you are the one who's gonna present, please?
Yes, I'm not Emen, so please don't call me Emen, and stick to my gender as much as possible. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to present our joint paper, and I will right away try to share my screen. Okay, can you see the full screen?
We see you, but we did not see your presentation. Yes.
Oh, hang on. I will make sure this is full screen. Can you see it now?
Yes.
Okay.
It's clear. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. So you have given the title, and let me just briefly present the content, starting with the introduction regarding the research issue, literature review, sampling MENA enterprises and drawbacks from the World Bank dataset, then the econometric strategy using logistic regression, both for self-selection and discrimination, say the demand side and the supply side, and ending up with a wider picture if we take into account the role of microfinance industry funding micro enterprises. And conclusion will be devoted to results and work in progress. So first of all, is loan funding to female entrepreneurs subjected to self-selection from borrowers and or discrimination from lenders? There is mixed evidence as regards empirical literature. We use a pooled sample of over 6,000 micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, MSMEs, in North Africa as well as in Middle East, altogether 6 MENA countries from the World Bank Enterprises Survey that was conducted in 2019 and 2020, at least for 2 of the 6 countries. So we used 2 regression logistic models investigating loan demand and loan granting with respect to self-selection versus discrimination according to gender. As far as we know, no paper tackled so far this issue in these MENA countries. There have been some very few other papers. And in order to overcome the sample selection biases, which are really numerous in the WBES survey, we did slightly investigate loan funding provided by the microfinance industry to these enterprises. So next, what about literature review? To cut long story short, starting first with self-selection on the demand side, North Africa sub-region was only analyzed by Morsi et al. Over a sample of over 6,000 registered firms, and it includes several biased World Bank data sets, as for Egypt, Mauritania, Morocco, Tunisia. And micro enterprises below 5 employees were not investigated, and this could be the heart of the matter. They use a multinomial logistic regression that rules out self-selection and finds no evidence of gender discrimination, whereas an instrumented probit highlights self-selection. So there is some kind of puzzling result. As a matter of fact, our results might be puzzling as well. If we turn now to discrimination as regards loan granted, which is a subset of loan demand, those who did get the loan they applied for, we refer mainly to the statistical discrimination from Phelps and not that much from the taste-based discrimination according to Becker. The difference, and this is a first puzzling observation, is that discrimination occurs for female entrepreneurs in developed countries, and there is no discrimination affecting.
Would you please make it full screen?
Sorry, is it full screen?
No. So you can click the full screen.
I thought I was on full screen. Oh, sorry.
No problem. Excellent. Good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry again. Okay, so this puzzling observation is that you have or you have not discrimination according whether the country observed is developed or developing. If we look at the MENA region, there are obviously so-called discriminatory stereotypes. They are pervasive, and there were several papers addressing this issue and observing that discrimination towards female entrepreneurs did occur in Tunisia and also in some biased comparative studies that were not representative in MENA countries, using, for instance, the UNIDO or the SAWA household survey. So next, if we turn now to descriptive statistics, obviously female owners and female managers, to cut a long story short, female entrepreneurs are far less represented than males are, and they are being more concentrated in Tunisia. Both these two categories of female managed or owned businesses are slightly more involved in the manufacturing industry than in services. And this would run against what the stereotype is. And they are operating in shareholding and partnership companies rather than sole proprietorship businesses. Business size, females own less micro and small businesses than males do, whereas female managers are slightly more concentrated in these two categories. Last but not least, female owned and managed businesses are slightly more mature than their male counterparts. If we have a look at table 1, what we can see is that there are only a few females asking for a loan. They do need a loan, and they are subject to self-selection, whether they are owners or whether they are managers. Well, the percentage is not the same, but the basis for calculus is not the same either. If we turn now to loan demand that was or was not fulfilled, and when it's not fulfilled, this is a matter of discrimination, especially provided that it means that females are more discriminated or more rejected than males are with the same characteristics. And we can see that in most cases, loan is granted as regards loan demand, and it is rejected for, let's say, 1/4. This means not only banking loans, but also non-banking financial institutions, including microfinance institutions. Very, very few, I must say. Next, loan demand. The absence of demand for credit is explained either by the absence of need for a loan or by self-selection, mainly due to the fact that female would fear that their application will be rejected. This is a matter of perceived creditworthiness. And as a matter of fact, female owners and managers apply more for a loan than males do. If we turn now to loan supply, this is related to table 2. I didn't mention, sorry, loan demand is of course related to table 1. Applications from female owners and to a lesser extent to female managers prove less successful than those from their male counterparts, suggesting that female owners are more discriminated than male owners are, and female managers are slightly less discriminated than their male counterparts. Okay, this is the canonical model we used for logistic regressions, and it applies to all 6 countries because we're using pooled sample, and the model for loan demand is based on the fact that self-selection will occur or not, whether it is applied for or not, and the model for funding supply that would drive to discrimination is based on the fact that whenever the businesswomen and businessmen are applying for credit, they don't get it. You have the list of explanatory variables, characteristics of the companies, characteristics of the manager, financing need, characteristics of the loan, and macro indicators that are control variables plus epsilon j, which is the error term. So the logistic regression regarding self-selection, that is based on demand, makes the explained variable, the dummy, no need for no need for a loan and no demand versus need for a loan and no demand. And the gap is attributed to self-selection, and significant variables are personal loan, the size of businesses, especially micro and small, industry, and control variables, as well as sub-region, making the difference between when we split Middle East and North Africa. The gender of the owner shows that size, micro and small, has a positive impact on self-selection for females as well as for males. So size is a major variable we want to remember. As for the gender of the manager, there is statistical evidence of self-selection affecting female managers, mainly once again driven by size. R square is very weak and the ratio of predicted cases is very good. If we turn now to the supply side, that is the discrimination issue, this is a very small subsample, less than 600 firms that have applied for a loan. And gender of the owner and gender of the manager are used as both variables and variables interacting with variables from the supply side, mainly collateral and financial inclusion. The list of significant variables show that financial inclusion, loan purpose, whether it is devoted to working capital or to financial, or to fixed assets or both, the size, ownership, and of course, control variable and North Africa sub-region. There is no statistical evidence of discrimination on the credit market as for female owners and managers versus their male counterparts. So we have a very negative result that is in line with the previous paper from Morsi et al. That was devoted only to North Africa. So we turn to something that could reconcile the fact that we have pervasive stereotypes, some representative or less representative studies versus the fact that we cannot find discrimination. As a matter of fact, microenterprises are underrepresented in the World Bank survey, and they are the most numerous, more prone to be informal. Roughly, this is 50% of overall employment in the manufacturing industry. They face the most difficult access to finance, and they include some widespread female entrepreneurs. Over 8 out of 10 active borrowers of microfinance institutions are businesses, micro and SMEs, where about over 9 out of 10 are micro enterprises and almost 3 out of 5 are female managed. Therefore, this is a puzzling observation. If we look at the average loan balance per borrower, it is small and the lending rate is high, which doesn't mean that they do not pay back. But noteworthy is that with the exception of Palestine, which is both the poorest country and also where the MFIs do target non-poor clients, we can see that these businesses can afford funding working capital rather than fixed assets. So this would be no panacea, and microfinance is not the one best way to finance investment.
Philippe, would you please conclude?
Yes, I'm concluding, so I will
Thank you.
I will skip this table, which is just illustrating what I just said, so I won't repeat. So conclusion, results, and work in progress. So according to our multinomial logistic regressions, female managers do face self-selection and female owners don't. There is no discrimination. Well, it seems that there is no discrimination against female owners or managers. However, the World Bank subsample of female entrepreneurs is strongly biased due to the underweighting of micro and small businesses and the fact that the informal sector is not surveyed. So investigating loan funding from the microfinance industry will prove that at least MFIs fill the gap for working capital, but not for fixed capital. So our work in progress, we are extending this study, will be extended to panel data. It is underway using both 2013 and 2019-20, and this will probably allow us to discern a trend, and we'll be using probability regressions. And second, we will use a propensity score matching in order to take care of MFIs.
Good.
Thank you very much. I hope I stick and comply with the rules.
Thank you, Philly. Appreciate. Now we'll move to Serena Sandri. Floor is yours. Please, you have 10 minutes. If you make it shorter, we will appreciate it.
Well, I keep on checking my connection because, you know, here it's also, tomorrow it will be weekend, so I believe that the whole Jordan is actually online and the connection is not really stable, so I'm afraid what happened to Mace. No. So thank you very much for the presentation, Philip. It was very nice, enjoyable, and thanks a lot for the very nice paper. It's a topic that it's extremely important in the literature. I am extremely interested in it. I mean, and I feel that it's really much needed because female entrepreneurship in the whole MENA, it has started to increase just, I mean, in the very recent years, but still there is an underrepresentation of females in the private sector in general in the area and as entrepreneurs. So very nice topic and very much related to female empowerment. I was also very happy to read about to see that you really encompassed into your paper the selection biases of the World Bank Enterprises Survey. I mean, the World Bank Enterprises Survey, it's great. It's a very precious evidence and it has no really comparison, but for sure in many regions in the world and for sure in the MENA, the private sectors are strongly dominated by small and medium enterprises. Actually, so I mean, it's good, we need to rely on World Bank Enterprises Survey, but it's also always nice to reflect about the biases, which may be even more important whenever we come to really investigate financial constraints, because we know that typically smaller enterprises are the one that are somehow more marginalized by banks. In this regard, before coming to a couple of questions,
We lost your voice.
So it seems that the problem is in Jordan, generally.
Yes. She told us in the beginning. She warned us. We'll give her half a minute. Hopefully she will come back.
I try to, can you hear me again?
Yes, maybe you turn the camera off to...
yes, maybe it will, sorry, it's not really polite, but maybe it will improve somehow the connectivity. Well, yes. So in general, I took part to a project where we ran a large-scale survey about, I mean, for the International Finance Corporation, and it was about very small enterprises. We had a look, I mean, the study was focused on the case of Jordan, but I believe part of the results can be also discussed and somehow upscaled for the rest of the region. In general, we define very small enterprises as enterprises between a bit larger than the micro and smaller than a normal small company. So we define it like between 5 and 10 employees. And what emerged, and that was pretty interesting, is that in general, VSCs suffered from, of course, exogenous or objective credit constraint. I want to call them exogenous like it was in Philip's paper terminology. But also, so I mean, banks were essentially not interested in supporting them. Very small enterprises were also marginalized by microfinance companies, but that's not really the issue, because the microfinance companies could not really provide financial products that were of real interest for them. But then we also saw that pretty often there were self-selection biases. So pretty often small companies declared that they would have needed a loan, but they did not apply because they were sure they would have not obtained that. So that was a very, very clear case. And this was even more evidence among females. Something else that emerged, and somehow I can see it also in the regression that you presented, is that collaterals play a role. Because typically females, they tend to have a lower access to collaterals, at least in the region. So, I mean, this, I believe, could be actually also a nice way to try to explain this self-selection bias. Then, yes, let me come then to just a couple of questions. I really could not understand why. So first of all, in order to improve the pseudo R-squared, even though we all know that for logistic regression, I mean, the pseudo R-squared is not the most important indicator we looked at, but maybe it could be nice to reduce the number of variables considered. I mean, I also couldn't understand from the theoretical point of view why to include characteristics of the manager. This is not typically that is looked for by credit institutes. So I guess maybe omitting it would improve the pseudo R-squared. And yes, and I wouldn't see it like taking something away from the theoretical model. That was something I could not really rationalize. Also, similarly, you know, while including the financial inclusion, if we are looking at, even in the subsample where you're looking at companies who received a loan, that was a little bit also strange to me. And then a very last point, you are looking at enterprises who applied and received a loan in 2019. Do you think the year was a little bit particular? And I know that certain countries, they even had some sort of state guaranteed credits whenever companies use the credit in order, you know, to finance some working capital or not to reduce their number of employees. So do you think that the fact of having looked at 2019 may have somehow influenced in some way your results? Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Serena.
Shall I answer?
Many questions. I don't think so, Philippe, will be able to answer all of the questions in the short period of time that we left with. So try to make it short and have 2 to 3 minutes, please, okay, as we run out of time almost. Please.
Okay, that's generous. Thanks, Raja. Okay, I fully agree with what you said about R-squared, and actually we should improve the result, both by comparing 2013 and 2019, and 2019 was rather specific, although it has been using the same questionnaire, and we also have a longitudinal approach. We did build up a cohort that will make sure that we are not only comparing within a panel two different sets, but also using the same set of businesses over time. And this seems to be quite promising because we could probably avoid the traps that are encompassed in the sequential model we use. For instance, we would like to know whether the fact that there is self-selection may be due to the fact that these female entrepreneurs had to face prior discrimination. Second, what you said about the characteristics of the manager is okay. You are absolutely clear, and we agree. Financial inclusion is a very important variable we should not drop because it can be puzzling. In some cases, the female entrepreneurs are not financially included, but do get a loan. A loan is granted. And in some other cases, they do benefit from financial inclusion and they don't get a loan. So we just want to be clear about that, although we are absolutely aware of the fact that we are dealing with very small amounts, a series in terms of individuals. So we should be very cautious. Last but not least, the underweighting versus overweighting in the World Bank data sets have been improved in 2019, whereas it was really rubbish in 2013. So hopefully this will go on improving in the years to come, and it will be something like what you suggested. And I must say, I will be very interested by your paper regarding the Jordan case, and please send it to me, and I will be reacting very quickly because I think this could be eliminating some of the dead ends we have been facing so far. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. I will be pleased.
Yes, and Serena, thank you very much for all the comments.
Thanks.
Thank you, Philips. Thank you, Serena. As I've been told, this is maybe almost as according to our time. We passed the time by maybe 1 or 2 minutes. And I received a message. It looked like they want us to close. I was hoping to have 5 minutes for Q&A. At the end of this session, would like to thank all the speakers and discussants for an excellent papers and also comments and Q&A and questions and suggestions from discussants. I think this is the end of this first day. Hopefully to see you tomorrow on the second day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Raja.